I know it. Yes, I will. Hadi be. Honorable members, you are welcome, Speaker.
You are there?
Yes.
Yes, Mama.
Yes.
How are you doing?
Fine, how are you?
Oh, Margaret, how are you been?
I'm fine, how are you?
I'm okay. Good. So we have been connecting with the minister about those land issue institution. Promised to go this month.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay,
We
that's
keep
good.
Yeah.
Honda. Honorable Kuru, he wants to talk to you.
When I get there, the next day we shall starting on Thursday. We are moving. Wait.
Drop some big there. Yeah.
It's okay. No, he said. The sugar beet is today. The sugar beet is today. Today.
No,
It's tomorrow.
tomorrow they want.
It's tomorrow.
Yeah.
With your people here.
Maybe if there are some and
I think it's tomorrow.
kumbaga we Masaka. Onsanyusiza omwetabye mu makiwale omwetabye musajja mugezi nyera yabaddejja kugambe kanyike abasajja
If they send you, you know, and then don't respond. The elders, when they send you, what happens later on? They don't give you food, right? So, for us to say, yes. How do you say? Yes. So, if you try, so where even fuel, I'll get you said fuel. I didn't wait for fuel. Because when I was so I said, my way, you said for the my auntie. My auntie.
What has happened today?
Strike. Let's strike.
By
I just speak.
yeah.
And you hear.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trust in this life. Let your blessing descend upon them here and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your own glory and to advance the good of those whose interests you committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2, order paper, communication from the chair.
Colleagues, I want to welcome you to today's sit. Of course, we start on a very sad note as a continent. We lost one of the greatest Pan-Africanists as a continent, President Hage Ingbo, President of Namibia, which occurred on 4th February 2020. Namibia supported the liberation struggle in Uganda. And even recently, we had Sispok, the Speaker of Namibia, was here with us, and we managed to present this. We have been working with them very, very closely. And when the African fraternity was given an opportunity to choose the next of interpreter union, the Speaker and the MPs from Namibia played a very critical role, working from the Africanist perspective to ensure that we, number one, we get ready. Right Honorable Turia, the Speaker of Tanzania, but also this, we ensure have a deep fight over this as a continent, and we present ourselves as an example. His Excellency Hage has been to some of our people here, most prominent, a very, very close friend to Ndugu, most prominent, a very close friend to Ndugu Bakana Rugunda, our former Prime Minister, to whom he was a supervisor when Ndugu Rugunda was working in Namibia as a doctor. President has sent condolences to the government and people of Namibia, and we also I want to take this opportunity on behalf of Parliament. I know the Speaker has written to the Speaker of Parliament of Namibia. I will take this opportunity in this plenary to extend our heartfelt condolences to the people of Namibia and to the family of His Excellency the President, to the Pan-Africanists and Africa in general. And with that, I request that you stand up and observe a minute of silence.
May the soul of the deceased rest in eternal peace.
I also want to take this opportunity to congratulate our defense fraternity, the Uganda Post Defense Forces, in the 43rd Tarehe Sita celebrations, which are ongoing. Our army, today, unfortunately, we don't have any of them to be with us because they are on the celebrations, but they are the true nobility of our country. Whether we agree with whatever, but they've tried their level to keep our borders safe, to make Uganda a safe country for most of us to thrive in whatever career, in whatever aspects of life that we are part. So I congratulate them very, very strongly. And I hope when they come, I didn't know my friend who deserted, Honorable Chemaswet. He stood up on their behalf to acknowledge. But I don't know whether he sorted out his issues with the UPDF on how he left when he was deployed in northern Uganda. But Honorable Chemaswet and your team, congratulations. Yeah. Yes. Honorable colleagues, His Excellency the President has assented to some of the bills we have sent to him, and we have received notification he has assented to the Civil Aviation Amendment 2024, the Agriculture Amendment Act 2023, the Explosives Act 2023, the Narcotic Drugs and Psychotropic Substances Control Act 2023, and the Competition Act 2023. we really hope these roads are a very, very critical role in facilitating the smooth running of government, especially the Competition Act. And Honorable Minister, you remember you placed us on the consumer protection, which we said we needed it separate from the competition. Now we are far with. I hope we shall use it effectively. So, Honorable Minister, we need the Consumer Protection Act. We don't want it also to come as a private member's bill, but members will move if you don't fulfill what you promised us. Honorable, in the distinguished VIP gallery this afternoon, we have a delegation of staff from the Senate of the Republic of Kenya here on a benchmarking visit to Parliament of Uganda. They include Ms. Ruth Vosaka, Hansard reporter, Ms. Linda Ilusa Chavera, clerk assistant, Mr. Francis Malowa Yaya, superintendent police, Ms. Hawa Ade Abdi, assistant sergeant at arms, Mr. John Kirugumi Chege, assistant sergeant at arms, Mr. Bernard Okero Sika, assistant sergeant at arms, Mr. John Sole Cample, assistant sergeant at arms, and Mr. Godana Mamo, sergeant at arms. They've come to observe proceedings of this house. Please join me once again in welcoming them. Thank you. Matters of national importance. Okay, I received communication also. I'll start with Honorable. No, I'll start with the whip. Wait, whip. Just wait a little. In the public afternoon, we have 4 pupils of Angaba Primary School from Adiere County, Nebi District, who excelled in the recent released primary living examination results. They are accompanied by 3 teachers. They are represented by Honorable Tim Gil Isaac Ismail and Honorable Chibu Agnes. They observe proceedings of this house, and congratulations. Please join me in welcoming. Thank you, and big congratulations. We are proud of you. Thank you. Yes, I had allowed opposition chief whip.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable
And
Speaker.
followed by Honorable Chon, Dr. Maguzi.
Let me join you to express my heartfelt condolences for the people of Namibia for losing that great leader at the age of 82. Mr. Speaker, I want to salute people and the government of Namibia for the smooth transfer of power from the late president to his vice, just emulating Tanzania anyway, to his vice president, Mbumba. It has been a smooth peaceful transfer from him to the vice president without any rifts. How I wish it would happen in the other countries. Mr. Speaker, most important.
Order, honorable colleagues. Did I hear you, Honorable Namesha, saying in other countries? Yes. So if a colleague has said in other countries, what's the problem? Okay. But Honorable Namesha, maybe what you need to clarify, what you need to clarify is that you're not wishing any president to die. But what you wish is the smooth transfer.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I do not wish anybody, and as a presiding apostle, Mr. Speaker, I'm God-fearing, and I wouldn't pass judgment for anybody to die prematurely. But a guilty conscience has no accuser, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, most importantly, a lesson we would draw from the demise of Namibia's beloved president would be about the PAP healthcare services, particularly the state-of-the-art cancer institute in Windhoek. Windhoek is the capital of Namibia. Is where this late president and other presidents have been actually hospitalized and sick, have sought superb medical care. It would be a lesson for us, especially as legislators here, who have the cardinal role of appropriation, to think twice about increasing the budget of health, this sector of health, and focus attention on improving our healthcare services, especially in the national hospital, referral hospital, like Murago, Mr. Speaker, sir. But year in, year out, the budgetary allocations have always been skewed in favor of 3 lion shares. The lion's share goes to security, defense, and of course, sometimes on infrastructure developments. But for once, we would get to know that life should always be put first. We would rather have our healthcare services improved than having our own dying in the neighboring countries. I don't want to mention, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Lop. I really totally agree with you. We have to focus on the health sector seriously, and that's why Parliament passed here a request where we are going to have a center of excellence, one of the best centers of excellence for cancer in the region. And yesterday, I was watching Professor Rem, the head of Cancer Institute. He was explaining and saying what we are going to have, it will be like in only 2 countries in the African continent. So we are doing that. Number 2, it might not be, it's not just a matter of having them, it's not sufficient. President Haig has been sick in America. He came back, and they were open about it. When they were taking him, they announced to the nation, they went to America to treat the cancer. And after they brought him back to Namibia. So even Namibia, which has good facilities, one day, yeah. But honorable colleagues, please, want us to shoot. I had allowed honorable. Yes. Oh, yes. Why in Parliament we deal with things? We don't deal with small things. So anyone who has something small, please, we shall do tomorrow. Today, let's deal with big things. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my condolences to people of Namibia. Honorable Speaker, on your communication on Tarasita today, I would like to appreciate what UPDF are doing. On Saturday, I drove from Otuke, Valera, Kiriangdongo, where I found there was a big, massive clinic by our UPDF or the soldier. Then my colleagues and other speaker, my main concern would be how we step in, continue our country to continue with general cleaning, because when you look at the whole environment, it's up the plastic bags, all kind of stuff. So my appeal, Honorable Speaker, I think this is where the country would step in to let the general cleaning, which UPDF they introduce, we should continue on a weekly basis as other country do. I think this would really make this country remain great. Thank you.
Thank you. That's for not and very important. Honorable Tamaguzi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, members have appreciated the speed which the President used to assent to the various bills you've read, but are much concerned and want to know what happened to the minimum wage bill. Where did it die from? Because members who represent are always asking about the minimum wage bill. Where did it die from? Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. If for clarity, did we process it here?
Yeah, in one of the sittings, you had promised that it will be processed and you'd report to the House sooner. But we have waited up to now, nothing is happening. We're getting a lot of pressure from the people we are representing.
It's me
here in
who
Parliament.
promised?
Yes, Right Honorable Speaker.
It needs resuscitation. It is not yet dead.
Thank you. Sometimes tap into the wisdom of my brother Jonathan Odur from campus days. He's been an encyclopedia on some few issues. So, yeah, no, I'll go back. I cross check. Thank you for that reminder. We go back and I cross check. Yes, I had Honorable Rumu. Present your small matter.
Incidentally, it is not very small, Mr. Speaker. As you are communicating, you talked to Honorable Chemaswet, having deserted, but also you went back and cleared the issues. Mr. Speaker, I'm having pressures with the veterans who in the army and left honorably. These people are supposed to be paid, but now they are saying they may actually bring it, if I'm allowed to do so, that for last 2 years, they have not been getting the benefits which actually they are supposed to get. I need clarification on that. If they are not getting, why are they not getting? What bit of information?
No, and please, no, not on such a matters. Someone is going on. Can we cross check our phones? I need peace here. Okay. Yes. Honorable Rumu should come in as a substantive matter, not a matter just reacting to a communication. So I would request that you capture it well and refer it to the Prime Minister to bring the issue should hand on Thursday, because either they are being paid or not, and they explain. Okay. Now, honorable colleagues, let me pick a lady, and then I had allowed honorable.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my condolences too to the people of Namibia upon a loss of a president who championed the women's cause during his leadership. Right Honorable Speaker, Namibia, during the audit, the gender audit that is conducted, was ranked 12th in the world among the countries with the highest representation of women in parliament. We need to commend him for that, a legacy that he has left, even, respecting their constitution and not trying to amend it to seek a third term. Actually, the successor who has been chosen to run for president in the November elections is actually a lady. And Namibia, hopefully, if this lady goes through, we'll have a lady president first time. We need to thank him for that. Right Honorable Speaker. Right on talking about Namibia. Right Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, Honorable Speaker, one thing that I also commended the people of Namibia for, and this is something I have been trying to, so that we propose amendments, Right Honorable Speaker, waiting for the Constitutional Review Commission, it is not coming. If a chairman LC5 dies now, for heaven's sake, or died in the year 2025, we shall still hold elections. How I wish we can amend our rules so that if we are close to the next elections and God picks his person and takes maybe a chairman LC5 or whoever, no, not a member of parliament, because we don't have vice chairpersons. How I wish that that person takes over the seat so that we don't waste the taxpayers' money running around into an election. Chairman, this is something that, Right Honorable Speaker, how I pray that you allow some of those motions that are pending in your office so that we make these amendments. It is wrong for a chairman LC5 to die, and government has to spend billions to replace that chairperson. So it would be better if a person dies during the 5-year term, chairperson takes over so that we move on. This is that I pray. Let's have amendments for the good of this country. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Sarah, I really pick your mind. Honorable Attorney General, when are we receiving constitutional, the proposed? We don't know by the if they are there, whether we are forcing them on you, whether you have any plan. Can you give us some update, Attorney General?
Thank you, Regional. One, if I understood my sister Sarah clearly, she's saying that there should be a time where the deputy takes over and there is no need for by-election. Our law is clear. If, let me use the word principle figuratively, if the principle passes on, let's say the chairperson LOC5, if it's within 6 months general elections, you do not have a by-election. But anything below that, the law requires a by-election. Be that as it may, if I may respond to what the regional speaker is questioning, there is a conversation with Steve. When the time is right, we shall come to you. Thank you.
Why I raised the Attorney General is the dilemma we find ourselves in as presiding officers. Members are entitled to bringing private members' bills. And the Minister for Justice and Constitutional Affairs requested that let them be consolidated into one bill which the government is working on. Now the issue is, if we say at the convenient time, then
Right Honorable Speaker, a constitutional review commission, when it is formed, required to go around the country and collect people's views to see what we need to add, subtract, improve to our constitution, some of which may require a referendum, all of which requires a. Like I said, there is a conversation ongoing, and I do understand that colleagues have issues they would want to introduce. My request is to the Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, even with the Law Commission, even Parliament itself, we continue to collect people's views when they are sent to us. When they are sent to us, we collect them, but we also encourage them to be patient, that when a review commission is put in place, they can be called upon to come and present their views.
Thank you.
It's just a matter.
Thank you. Attorney General, I'll be glad next time where the conversation is taking place, we join you, that we join the conversation. But we are going to have a further engagement about this, especially with regard to several motions that we for private members' bills. Because unfortunately, on our side, the rules don't allow us to have a conversation in terms as presiding officers. So, but we wanted to move in a more harmonized manner. Honorable Court Boniface. Procedure, Honorable Atkins.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, on Thursday, with your usual eloquence and leadership, you directed the Minister for Works Transport to come to this house today and give or reassure the country that the bridge, the important bridge, is more or less an international bridge given its economic position. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've scanned today's paper, specifically item 3, 1, and 2. I don't know whether the omission is from the clerk's table or the minister. Mr. Speaker, sir, my procedure issue is would indeed be procedurally and correct, Mr. Speaker, for the minister to wrap in that item, given the fact that you gave clear and precise instructions on Thursday. Much appreciated, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. That's what I'm expecting the minister to do when he's presenting his statements, because I didn't make it stand on its own as a substitute item. Yeah, we wanted for him. It was meant about a commitment. So I hope the minister is going to give us an update on it once he's handling the statements. So, Honorable Court Boniface.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
On matters of national importance, Honorable Colleague.
Right Honorable Speaker, in 2021, the Uganda Development Bank launched a credit program targeting SMEs, youth, women-led and women-owned enterprises. Right Honorable Speaker, just like many young people, I'm very concerned about the performance of this special credit, which is targeting the special interest groups. My prayers, Right Honorable Speaker, number one, government provides to this House comprehensive information on the beneficiaries, the economic impact, the regional equity of this special program under the UDB. Secondly, that the public has adequate information and access to this UDB that is very scarce. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Your agenda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for asking that pertinent question. But Right Honorable Speaker, this program is not being directly implemented by the Ministry of Gender. So I was requesting you give me some more time so that I can get the details of this program, and I'll bring the report to
Minister
the House.
for
Thank
Finance, please. Government Chief, if you wanted to say something about it.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Okot, the Youth Member of Parliament for Northern Region, raises a very, very fundamental question on an activity implemented by UDB that falls under the Finance, Planning and Economic Development. May I pray, if it pleases you, Right Honorable Speaker, you give the Ministry of Finance 2 weeks to provide the details, Honorable Court, as requested for, and it is for debate on the floor of Parliament.
2 weeks, Honorable Court, I think is sufficient. Yeah, sure. 2 weeks granted the government chief whip. Thank you. Honorable Kaya Christine.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you so much. I stand on a matter of national importance, the dropped maize produce prices, because we have seed, we have produce, we have seed and grain, but the price for grain currently is at 400 Uganda shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, this is far way below the projected income statement for program of maize, which at the moment is rated at between 1,000 to 1,500 Uganda shillings. Right Honorable Speaker, the Prime Minister's feel that even availed the seed to the farmers, long 10, program of long 10 was going for 20,000 Uganda shillings, which kilogram can only produce 20 kilograms. Look at that expense on seed alone. Then we have pesticides, we have fertilizers, we have post-harvest handling expenses. Right Honorable Speaker, the price of shillings is too low. The same applies to vanilla in Uganda. Vanilla currently is going for 5,000 Uganda shillings, right, Honorable Speaker. And you can only get the 5,000 Uganda shillings when you bring vanilla to Kampala. My prayers are, right, Honorable Speaker, we are an unaligned country. We are a mixed economy. Can the minister at least come up with a break-even price, offer our break-even price, and then establish storage facilities where this maize can be kept for some time? Otherwise, right, Honorable Speaker, seeing our farmers spend like in input and it has 400 Uganda shillings, it is very ashaming. And right, Honorable Speaker, the demand for maize as the most consumed crop here in Uganda is still high. We are wondering. Another prayer, right, Honorable Speaker, is for the minister to open up. Who are the experts of the country? We need to open up more and more. These are the people who will find competitive prices. Otherwise, when we close and leave few people to export maize, that is why they can offer whatever they can, and you have to accept the price regardless of whether it is too low, because you have no other option.
Thank you.
Thank you, right, Honorable Speaker.
In the 10th Parliament, we had the same situation. I think it had gone as low as around 200 shillings, and government came in to intervene. And I remember Honorable Bahati at that time played a very critical role. Honorable Minister for Trade.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The prices of these commodities not only affecting maize, but also we have a situation of tea. The prices of tea have also gone down. The price of maize have gone down. The prices of cotton have gone down. And we are operating in the economy where the forces of demand are determined with the forces of supply. The price is determined by the forces of demand and supply. In other words, depending on that invisible hand, which we know sometimes is a dirty hand. So, Mr. Speaker, previously, we have come up with a subsidy for sales of maize. But given the situation we are in at currently, as the Minister of Finance has elaborated more again and again, it is something, Mr. Speaker, that we have now to discuss as cabinet and come up with a new immediate solution to see whether we can help our farmers to stabilize the prices. Thank you. So within 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, we can discuss this.
That sounds better.
Within 2 weeks.
The other one you were ordering me. You were. This last one is a bit calmer. Point of order.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, the honorable colleague brought a matter of national concern onto the floor to be able to address people's issues. And now the honorable minister has put us in a state of hopelessness, enumerating a number of products whose prices have really gone low and telling in a free market economy. Is the honorable minister in order to put the country in a state of hopelessness so that people get to know that if the government cannot help, it's in order?
Thank you. I will just request the country not to act anyone who will put them in a state of hopelessness. Yeah. Because some people might volunteer to be hopeless. So I want them to Okay, well, Minister,
Yeah, but,
conclude.
yeah, but Speaker was stating the situation we are in and proposing what the government needs to do before the honorable member came in the middle before I finished the sentence. But also we have a duty to be honest to our citizens, not to give them false hope. But on this particular matter, we are going to meet as cabinet and see whether there could be some possible immediate solutions to the situation. I thank you.
So, Honorable Mwijuche had really a closed matter. Let me first handle the members who came to my office over this same matter. And they were raising it.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the matter of national importance I have concerns tea. However, it has two dimensions. Whereas we have a problem of tea prices generally in Uganda, but also have a problem of bad governance and management at Igara Growers Tea Company. And so my concern is about that. Honorable Speaker, since 1969, Buheju and Igara Growers Tea Factory and owned Igara Tea Factory that is in Igara. But in 2010, the farmers of Buheju applied to government for support and started up an independent tea factory, Buheju. Igara acted as and a promoter. The guarantor and promoter has refused to seize ownership to the people of Buheju. And they want to continue owning the factory that is in Buheju. And consequently, there's now a conflict. There's a crisis. And farmers now in Buheju for the last 6 months are not picking their tea. Some farmers have, because now this caused anxiety, it has caused panic, it has caused loss of money, loss of interest. The other day I saw some farmer who has approved tea farm, and yet government has a lot of interest because in 2010, government invested money in Buheju among the farmers at the factory, but two, government has been giving us things. So in such a situation, government can't just see farmers' money and they just don't do something about it. And I am sure Honorable Viraro and Honorable Mushemeza know much about this because we have always talked about that factory and the crisis in Igara. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are concerned as leaders and we think the government must in. So, but two, to deal with the challenge of mismanagement that has further exacerbated the problem of prices, because in Buheju now, I think it's about 250 per kilogram. And for me, that is a very big problem, right, Honorable Speaker. We think government must come now. Right, Honorable Speaker, I see Honorable Viraro urging to say something. If
now, really, I'm seeing that these people of Buheju have decided to make it their day. Since we are celebrating Tarehe Sita, let it be their Tarehe Sita. So, Honorable Viraro.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And Buheju was a contributor towards the liberation of Uganda, because it was a training camp toward the Sita liberations. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank my honorable colleague for raising this. Right Honorable Speaker, we have got what we call the bona fide farmers and bona fide shareholders. And these bona fide shareholders and farmers are shared between in the Greater Bushenyi, the districts, current districts of Mitoma, Bushenyi, Shema, Buheju, and Ribirizi. It so happens, Right Honorable, that the factor that was commissioned in 1969 was based in a place called Igara. Buheju remained pending with a registered company, which was registered in 1974. But later on, of course, there was a lack of funds. And in 2008, 2010,
I was a member of the board in Igara, and we asked the government to finance Buheju. In 2004, His Excellency the President visited the site, which was just a playground, and he offered to help Buheju put up a factory in which the government financed all the civil works. Right Honorable Speaker, I think a total funding from government and Igara, together with Buheju and Mitoma and Shema, currently, Right Honorable Speaker, the farmers in Buheju have been molested by one being denied payments on a monthly basis. Currently, payment for 4 months. Secondly, there is no representation from Buheju on the board and management of Igara. They had people have no democracy. Thirdly, there are factory acts Buheju like servicing, and it collapses day in, day out, such that now the farmers no longer plant their leaf because the factory is down. Fourth, harassment of employees originating from Buheju. If you've got an ID showing Buheju, you're harassed in that area. Fourth, there is hiring of police. Whenever farmers want to say it and settle their matters, there was a handful of managers at Igara, they hire police to chase the farmers from their own site in the home. Right Honorable Speaker, I think what we need to do is that Parliament should investigate and settle the ownership problem of the factory since the government put in. Secondly, we should investigate the mismanagement of Igara as a whole company so that the economy is managed. Because what happens in that factory, in that company, we employ a lot of Ugandans. Everybody becomes affected and our export potential reduces. Remember, right Honorable Speaker, yesterday, we bring in about $100 million per annum from the exports from that company alone. Thank you, right Honorable Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. Honorable colleagues, I think we should be very cautious when we are talking about investigating such a companies in the open. You might think you're doing a service, but you end up crippling them completely and they never recover. Going to expose a lot to the competitors, to the would-be funders and supporters, and you create a state of panic and fear about how they are being run and all that. So it is always better we first give the executive chance, the minister responsible chance to come and address. We demand from him to do his job. Okay? So, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances, I'm going to hold a stakeholders meeting next week, and then I'll be in touch with the members of parliament from the region. They will also attend and we find a solution to this. But also the good news to the country is that through Elite Group, a Dubai-based company, we are setting up extra factories in Buheju, Chigezi, in Ruchiga, in Toro region, Zombo. So some of these solutions be helpful for the farmers. But next week, we shall have a stakeholder. Thank you.
Now, Honorable Minister, please. That's an area I've been talking to some of the elders in. Give it as much attention quickly as possible before and it kills the whole tea sector within the region. Honorable Eddie Kwizera.
Right, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. An matter of urgent importance is that the pensioners in Chisoro are not being paid. Yet, pension gets first call on the budget and the statutory payment. May I be from Minister of Finance, because pension is also decentralized. So when these teachers go to the district, they are told that there is no money for pension. Over 6 months, they have not received their pay. And if Minister of Finance says there is no money again, then it is my prayer that the Minister of Finance prepare as a statement on the state of this country, because we have been coming here, he says no money, next time, next no time. So we want to get an assurance that those total payments are not interfered with. I thank you.
Honourable Minister for Finance or Public Service, you feel is in a better position. Once public service has money, he always pays.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this matter concerning Chisoro was first brought to my attention by Honorable Sarah Mateche. I checked and found out that initially, like any other, we had an understatement of over 300 billion. But Mr. Speaker, in the supplementary Schedule 1, we provided adequately for pension and gratuity. And this money is part of the release for Q3. I am looking for the cow. When I get the cow, I will explain to the cow how this should be handled. But Mr. Speaker, yes, I know we want to bring matters in our people to the floor of Parliament. But Honorable Kwizera is my neighbor. I wish Kwizera would discuss this matter with me and we resolve it before we even come here.
Now, the question, Honourable Msasizi, will be, are you a good neighbor? It seems you don't invite him for things that you praise, so you're not a good neighbor. But anyway, what Honourable Msasizi is saying is what I've talked about several times, that we can take advantage of these ministers. They are our colleagues, they are members of Parliament, okay? Such issues, once, if you feel you can share with the minister, or is the better. Honourable John Face Magoro.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right. 18, the Department of Survey Map in the Ministry of Lands and Housing released a report on the reopening of boundaries of the Mount Elgon National Park. The findings have been discussed with several stakeholders, including the local government, the Ministry of Tourism, and a way forward was agreed upon to maintain the status quo in regard to 1993
we pray that the Ministry of Works, Ministry of Finance, UNRWA, and us, the stakeholders, can have a meeting and understand what is going on. Because the contractor and the engineers on site are saying they have requested for money from finance, and finance has not communicated to them about it. We are worried that the contractors are going to wind up and leave when they have not worked on the town roads.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Honourable
Speaker.
Minister, were this road is part of the scope? Please address the concerns of the member, and I was just asking.
Thank you very
whether they were
much,
part
Right
of the
Honourable
scope.
Speaker. We are aware of the issue which the Honourable colleague has put on the board. Right Honourable Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that we have reached at a level that the Ministry of Works, we cannot commit government furthermore, because even the works thinking about, the contractor is demanding and engaging finance to give us money such that we can engage the contractor to proceed and do those town roads. Thank you.
Yeah, I think it's an issue you need to take seriously. The reason being, when a contractor is already mobilized in the area, it's much cheaper. Otherwise, you're now going to get a new contractor, will go through new mobilization, procurement process, and all that. So, Honorable Minister, please, understand?
Yes, yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. I want to thank Honorable Tahirwa for the presentation. Honorable Speaker, we are to Parliament, and we know the scope. We know this house is privy to even the amount of money. I don't know what the minister is. He says that the minister, or I mean the finance, is not releasing money because the loan that was taken by this house was having two loads, Mbale Rwakaka and Rukunjiri Kanungu, and it was about 400 billion.
Rukunjiri Kanungu
Ishasha. For Kanungu is, and the town nodes were part of the scope. We have been engaging, but there is a problem which Minister of Finance must explain whether money from the loan, how can a loan that we have taken as a country get lost? Where can it get lost to? And also, if we were to have variations, to what extent can variations accumulate
to the public through this platform called Parliament. Mr. Speaker, why do I last week the road in Uganda is impassable, which was a lie. Now, here we are. I am also from the same region. We need to satisfy ourselves that indeed it is true that the scope of work which was to be done is what Honorable Kaberuka and Dr. Rutahigwa are talking about before we talk about the crisis of variation and other things. Mr. Speaker, I pray that you allow us time. I check with finance, together with my colleague, we'll satisfy ourselves on the scope before we can determine the way forward. Otherwise, we risk telling lies here, and then we get into the political crisis.
Thank you. Honorable Parliament, they don't tell lies, they give wrong information. Okay? Those lies are intentional.
Mr. Speaker, we risk giving wrong information.
Yes.
I want to thank the Honorable Namuga for correcting me on this. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Now, that's why when I was the minister, my first class as part of the scope. That was the first question. So that one is not accused. Okay? So, Honorable Minister, I was still guiding when Honorable was very good information. You need a meeting with finance. In fact, finance, first put finance aside. First put finance aside with UNRWA and the members of parliament from the area. Okay? Because the contract is known, you first give clear information. Where was it starting from? Where was it ending from? And what is the current status? Because UNRWA has a project manager. You have a contract manager, project manager, all those details are available. Kindly do that tomorrow so that on Thursday, our MPs, if they are satisfied, then we continue. Rope, you had an issue you wanted to raise?
Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, yesterday schools opened for the term, and we have been getting calls from many of these schools regarding capitation grant. This money has not gone to the schools as should be. In fact, some schools have yet to open, the UPE schools that is, because capitation grant is money that is meant to empower the operations school, the utility bills, electricity, water, scholastic materials, the general operations of this school. So once this money is not availed to the school, how do we expect them to operate? Because like I'm saying, some have actually not opened yet because of this charge. We delayed to send this money and we used to go along the way. And yet we knew about when the term opens. The money should go fast for the school to be able to open and operate. So it would be prudent to establish, is it a challenge with Ministry of Finance? Is it Ministry of Education? Is it local government ministry where this is habited? It would be important to know and to find a very quick remedy for these schools to operate. Relatedly, Right Honorable Speaker, again, this capitation grant, and it's good we are handling the budget process. It's too little money. When you have 20,000 shillings per UPE pupil per year, not per term, but per year, and we expect good standards from these schools, we expect these children to operate and compete at international level. It's not possible the magic will not happen. I hope that we can review this, because if we are talking about securing the future of these young people, you secure it by investing in education. This capitation grant does not make sense at all. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, again related to schools, we have been reached out to, and I'm sure a good number of colleagues here, by teachers in schools, arts teachers. Because government passed a policy and said we want to focus on sciences. And that's a good thing. We are in the AI age. But it is problematic when we think that the arts are not important. You have a science teacher earning about 4 million shillings. That's at degree level. Their arts counterpart is earning 1.2 million shillings. They are both teachers at the same level. They teach the same hours. They sit in the same staff room, and we expect them to operate well. It cannot happen. These arts teachers feel marginalized, and yet we expect good output. We expect them to teach for the same time that the science teachers do teach. And when they don't deliver, we are complaining. I think it's high time that government revisits this. Let's focus, yes, on the sciences. In fact, I think that the best way to focus on the sciences, one, yes, pay the teachers better, but we are saying not just the science teachers. But as you're trying to do that, these schools, a number of them don't have laboratories, UFP. Some of these students meet test tubes, burettes, Bunsen burners for the first time in a final exam. And you have been seeing the performance of these government-funded schools. It's poor, simply because we are not putting our money where our mouth is. Hopefully, government can wake up to the reality of these issues.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Minister, Finance. Last time you said you had released the Honorable Kabuswat's issue before the minister. You rarely disturb.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in a related development, I have an issue in the islands. Earlier, there used to be fewer children because parents always went to work without the children. And in some islands, it's only men who went there without the women. Women would, oh, don't confuse me. Mr. Speaker, the population in the islands has increased. The schools that had been built in the islands, those days cannot accommodate the number of children and the facilities there are. Mr. Speaker, in some local governments that have income or local revenue, they can contribute like facilities like desks to schools. But there are some local governments, because of their geographical nature and the fishing that has collapsed. Mr. Speaker, we are overwhelmed by requests for schools, these plastic materials, desks and whatnot. I want the ministry, whether education or finance, that sends money or capitation to come in and help these schools in the islands. Island communities have the same conditions, Akome, whether Namaingo or Buvuma. Our schools need some level of being helped to the level of other schools on the mainland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. I'm going to open, the minister's question is not, so I'm cautious of not opening the matter. Honorable Lola.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to add my voice because we are talking about government schools. Mr. Speaker, 6 or 1 year ago, you asked the Minister of Education to bring here a report regarding the performance of schools of children with disabilities because they had failed miserably. Mr. Speaker, in the recently released PLE results, schools of children with disabilities have failed again miserably. I didn't see that report which you asked the ministry to bring here, and it still goes back to the issue of funding. Mr. Speaker, 99% of schools of children with disabilities are government aided. There are no special needs teachers. There are no materials that speak to the needs of these learners. Mr. Speaker, I think as a government, we have decided that students with disabilities should not go to school. Or if they go to school, they should all fail. Mr. Speaker, how can we be here saying we are a parliament of the people when we are not concerned about the most vulnerable learners? How can you deny a blind student braille material? How can you deny a deaf student a teacher who can use sign language to speak to that student so that they can be on the same level? Mr. Speaker, when you give directives in this parliament, is it for sure? What is it for? It's a year ago. Other results have come. Students are failing. We are raising a generation that will be a burden to this country. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. On Tuesday, I need a statement with regard to these issues that have been raised, especially the issue of performance of students with disabilities in as far as examinations are concerned. Honorable colleagues, let me not risk opening this further. Then maybe on Tuesday we can have more discussion about it, okay, when the statement comes. Honorable Minister, I wanted to say something on the capitation grant and affirmative.
Speaker, I am only responsible for the money side. And I want to speak to it because that's what I confidently speak. Mr. Speaker, in Q3, we released 134 billion for capitation grant. This money was released to the districts, various local governments. What we expect the local governments to do after the release is to warrant. And the warrant, sometimes the districts take their time. Some have already received, others are in the process, they are still in the process of warranting, and other things continue to receive as and when they are ready.
Thank you. Tuesday, when that issue of schools for people with disabilities are being handled, get the Minister of Education also update us on the same. Next item.
Item number 3 on the order paper, statement by the Minister of Works and Transport on the status of upgrading of the Nebi, Goli, Paida, Zombo, Zeu, Wara, Vora, Lia, Dramachak Road.
Honorable Minister for Works.
Honorable Speaker and the honorable colleagues, I mean statement on the of Nebigoli, Paida, Zombo, Wa, Vora Road. That's 119 kilometers. Honorable members, the Nebigoli, Paida, Zombo, Vora Road is a national road in the West Nile sub-region. The road connects the districts of Nebi, Zombo, and Arua. The road is an important international route used to access Uganda's with Eastern DRC Republic of Congo. The road is important for agriculture, trade, and for security. The road is also important for social purposes, providing access to the border areas near the DRC. Plan interventions on the road. Right, Honorable Speaker, is being studied and detailed design for the upgrading of the road to bitumen standard was completed in 2017. The road was included in the list of roads prioritized for upgrading in the third DP3. However, due to the limited available in the expenditure framework, of the road upgrading works was not commenced. Honorable members, government has made efforts to secure financing from for upgrading the road. That's Nebigoli 19 kilometers section of the road was submitted to Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa for funding. The preparation of missions for the project is expected to be completed financial year 2023-2024. This is very financial year in, and if approved by the financier, the works will commence in financial year 2024-2025. The planned upgrade of Goli Paida Zombo Wavura, that's the 100 kilometer section of the road project, was submitted to the African Development Bank for inclusion in the indicative operation pipeline, which includes the projects to be considered for funding in the 2022 to 2026. The works on the project will commence depending on confirmation of financing. The road is currently being maintained by UNRA as a gravel road under the UNRA Arua station. The Goli Paida Zombo section of the road is currently maintained under a framework contract for periodic maintenance. The Zombo Vura Arua section of the road is currently maintained under first count. Right Honorable Speaker, in conclusion, the Nebigoli Paida Zombo Wavura road is an important link and was prioritized for upgrading in the NDP3. However, due to limited resources, the grading of the road was deferred for implementation under future plans. The feasibility study, detailed engineering designs for the road upgrade are completed, and the efforts are being made to get financing for the proposed upgrading. In the meantime, you know that the road is in a motorable state to ensure continued connectivity in the region. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the same note, as you had earlier guided, I would like to also make an additional response. The Impondo Bridge. This Impondo Bridge is after Bwera, and we had a bridge which we had made using metallic culverts. These culverts were vandalized by our own who want scrap, and realized it later. We did emergency works last year, and currently we have come up with the designs of the concrete box culverts, which is 30 meters long with the high fill at a contract of 1.7 billion Uganda shillings. And we have our contractor who is doing other projects in the region, that is AMPAS, who is mobilizing to start on the work. And within a period of 4 months from now, that bridge will be finished. I beg you to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. I will just allow on such on the member who raised the matter. I'll allow.
Thank you very much.
Of course, my commission of parliament has. Yes, and I was.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your statement. Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable colleagues, like I said before, if there is any road which is having higher return on investment, it is that road. And it fits well with the policy of connecting the border posts of Uganda to Tarmac Road. Because the Minister of Finance here is talking about lack of funds for many things. Now we have an opportunity to raise money from Goli, from Air, from Vora, from Lee, Machako border posts, and 3 other potential border post areas that can be developed. Now, I wanted to give this additional information so that these stakeholders the minister mentioned, like African Development Bank, Bade, Dara Bank based in Khartoum, and the people from Zombo, and also Arua district of Vora. We need to have a meeting to fast track to see that we get loan for this very important road. This area is highly, we call it actually a food basket for West Nile. It has a lot of tea. Government is promoting tea in that area. We have a lot of fruits, matoke. All these things are actually applying the greater north. Related to that, we have many of the forest reserves. You talk about the plantation forests. We have the Lendu, Kavureru, Awang. This is an important investment of government. In addition to them, we have 2 dams on River Nyagak. Because the road is in poor shape, because the area is agro-based, it is now difficult for many people to benefit from agriculture. As a result, agriculture is not helping them. They have environmental degradation. And it is affecting 2 dams, Nyagak 1 and Nyagak 3, because that's why you see Nyagak 1 is producing only 1.7 megawatts of electricity because of degradation. So we need the road so that people can move away from environmental degradation. On the revenue side, $3 billion is the estimated market in Congo. And with these 4 borders plus the 3 more potential borders, if they are open, we can generate a lot of money from there. Accidents on this road are so much. Breakdown of vehicles that are moving so much. The cost of maintenance is so high. Come to the issue of health and emergency. The whole area doesn't have any referral hospital, apart from the referral hospital in Arua. Now, if the road is in bad shape, how are we going to rescue our people in case of emergency? You may recall in 2021, when Zombo was attacked 2 times by some bandits from Congo. One of the reasons was they tried all other alternatives, but there is no market for their produce, so they were tempted to go and join those people in Congo. So we quelled that one because we never wanted that. But even the UPDF could not contain the bandits because there are no roads to cross with those machineries. There are no bridges. So we need that road. This road was pledged by the president in 2010. He repeated it all elections. And we have reminded him in writing and also verbally.
Thank you.
So to conclude, the market is available if we can develop this road from Zeu, for example, to the border of Central African Republic. It's only 750 kilometers. You can imagine the market we are going to in that area. Therefore, my prayer remains that we must first track loan with African Development Bank, the loan with Badea, so that we can do this very important road. We shall generate there will help to do internal roads, Boga, in Nakaseke, in Luwero, in all parts of Uganda. So this is very important road for the security and development. I thank.
Thank you for your time.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Now I can say every MP from West Nile wants to speak. We cannot manage.
They are right.
Just I'll pick on the 3.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you so much for this opportunity. Right, Honorable Speaker, when the minister read this, even without reading it, I knew exactly what he would say. Because these things they've told us ever since we joined Parliament. It is now 2 years into our term, and the report is the same. Right, Honorable Speaker, the ministry is not interested in dealing with this issue at any angle. They are not interested in looking for any forms of money for this road. If we do not put our feet down in this house, we are still going to continue complaining about this that has killed very many women from northern Uganda. Because the majority of northern Uganda picks food from Zumbo. But because of this road, women are dying every day on that road. And the ministry doesn't have any form of interest. They are not bothered, probably because where they come from, the roads are better. Honorable Speaker, I want us to look at Zombo from a perspective that this is a district that relies heavily on agriculture. Nothing else gave us the fertility of the land. Only infrastructure should not frustrate my people to remain poor. I speak this with a lot of pain. Because I know that every person in Zombo today is watching and wanting to know to get a solution. Right, Honorable Speaker, we implore you as members of to please help us come in and we fast track this loan. Borrow for every other thing. Why not the?
Thank you. Now, Honorable Minister, it's very important to look at projections. Okay? because the way it is presented here, there is nothing the MPs can go back and tell their people. You need to be a bit specific, and we know either we are succeeding on our own or we have to look through our own resources and we start on that road, whether it's in a phased manner or not. Honorable Gabriel, honorable colleagues from West Nile, if you could use a minute quickly, without repeating what the other colleagues have said.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to bring from the angle as a historical businessman. We have lost a lot of money in terms of tear and wear of the vehicles. We have always, our people have always faced low prices of coffee because of ability to area. And all, we are annexed to the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo, which is endowed with the numerous resources. So we actually lose benefiting on the resources from Democratic Republic of Congo because the people now use Arua, which has now become a city. Secondly, I would like to, my colleagues did not mention about the bridges. In 2017, 2018, government embarked on the 6 bridges along this road. The bridge, the Wari Bridge was made complete with 0.5 kilometers on both sides. When we came to this parliament in 2021, Adra Bridge was launched, but it was only cleared and it was not worked on. Now, we have bridges which completely money was released, and when we investigated, they said money was misappropriated. Would like to ask government to be very sympathetic to the people, the Aluri people. The problems which my colleagues have enumerated has actually caused our people to be poor. The poor education. If I talk of matoke, the matoke from West Nile, from Zombo, is slightly bigger than the matoke we get from Ankole. For me, I've worked in Ankole and I've worked also in Zombo. So we would like the road to be made such that we also be applying the matoke here in Kampala. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Okumu Gabriel was one of the biggest coffee traders from Greater Bushenyi. So he has stayed in our area for long. He's sure about what he's saying. Okay. Doctor, then Timugi.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable. Right Honorable Speaker, the minister just said that in the meantime, the road will be maintained. As we're talking now, you know that there was no releases for UNRWA in the third quarter. Last week, I spoke with the regional manager of UNRWA in Arua regarding one of the roads in my constituency, the Keri Lima Kerua Road. That road has not been worked for about 3 years. They started it last quarter, but they could not finish it because they don't have money. So I wanted Minister to clarify when that road will be maintained.
Thank you. Lilian Papalu, Joel Leku.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to join my neighbors from Zombo and Nebi to make a comment about this road. When we started this parliament, I remember when late Jacob Olanya was still alive. I remember he made, may his soul rest in peace. He made a comment here that this is one road where he sees being walking on foot, getting stuck, and that's to be removed by other people. And that day he said, while he is on this chair, this is one road he wants to see that is tarmacked. And he personally went there, got stuck, and felt the experience himself. Right Honorable Speaker, the people of West Nile, for me, I don't want to narrow it to one place. That's why Honorable Songa said that is the region that supplies food to the greater part of West Nile. As Honorable Afoyochan said, we have lost lives on that road. When the minister was saying UNRWA is maintaining that road, if you went there now, You cannot even believe that that is a national road. When it is rain time, people get stuck and they have to be there for days, even a week. When you're carrying things like tomatoes, ripe bananas, the yellow bananas, they get rotten. So we are here saying we want to make Uganda better. We want to eradicate poverty, right, Speaker? If that road is not worked upon, it's like we're not here. We sit here to appropriate, and this road is not worked upon. So it is very unfortunate. Minister, I think you're just romancing your words. With due respect, there is no answer given us. We have not got a clear feedback. Before we came to Parliament, I remember last term, they even said contracts were already given for this road. When we came back, we started asking, we have been meeting Minister for works. We started asking, where are the copies of these contracts you said you gave? Up to today, we have not seen them. So don't take people for granted. Ugandans.
Thank you, Honorable. Honorable colleagues, I went to that place. I was hosted by our commissioner, Honorable Kumu, and Honorable Mavenjina. It's really horrible. That road is really horrible. In fact, it's a road which has locked the potential of that area of West Nile to grow. If it could be worked on, it's a road that will open so many opportunities for that area. And even when I came back, I must repeat, I had ever said it, I had reported in cabinet. Because I had promised the people that I would ensure I bring it in cabinet, and I did. But, Honourable Minister, you see what is bringing all these concerns is very simple. The answer you've given, you're playing very safe, okay? You're playing extremely safe. I don't know how you would say you're going to do 2 roads in this county, and this road is not among the 2 roads. I don't know. I don't know what would be. Let me just allow me. I had picked Honorable Reku. I also picked Jonam. I'm picking MPs from the area. Honorable colleagues. Honorable Reku, then Jonam.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I join the members of Parliament from Zombo. Actually, the President calls that road a security road. But relatedly, I'll take you on the road of Katrini to Nyadri. This is the UNRWA road. That's like the one of Koboko, worked on by UNRWA more than 3 years ago. Right now, it is impassable. I've moved to the UNRWA office in Arua and the one of Kampala. They told me the design is ready. The road is designed, it is in the computer, but actually there's no road. And this road passes my home. I can no longer go home. So I'm requesting, I stay in Katrini. This road is totally impassable. Even the clergy, the bishop talks about it, the community, it's very disgusting. I'm asking the minister to give us the status on this road. They say that by November, the road will be worked on. Then they say that January, up to now, there's nothing done on the road. Can we get status on this road? Thank you.
Thank you. Jonam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Being a rare species in the Greater Navy, allow me bring the political angle to this that my colleagues may find difficult to bring. Right Honorable Speaker, if you notice, you will realize that MP are being changed year in, year out in the Greater Navy, and that road is one of them. And what people say, people have a general belief that Museveni is a very good man who wants to do a lot for the people. It's the people we send to him to talk to him because they believe as MPs we are sent to talk to the president. And because they think we don't talk to the president well, they will now push us off and get other people.
But how come you of opposition
But
has
I
been
am-
winning, the ones of NRM losing?
That is why I am bringing politics, because they believe can tell the truth. And now, Mr. Speaker, I want people to know that recently there was supposed to have been a demonstration on that road. What saved the people from the demonstration was that Minister Musa Echweru had to run there, and we went together. And people said it's okay. You know, Echweru worked in Greater Navy, and people have trust for him. And people now said, let's cool, because he's looked at as our son, he has come, let's cool and wait. They have waited, and the language is changing. People are beginning to say, maybe it is not our sons who are failing to speak to the president. Probably it is the president who is failing to speak to them. And now, it's as if they want to change the target now at a higher level. And okay, for me, what our interest is, whether we change the president or we change these other people, for us, our interest is that road. And I want to tell people of our sub-region that they have been isolated. If you go to the WhatsApp groups of Greater Navy, people have been isolated. And I want to say, for us, Greater Navy, no MP should be isolated. All of us should be in it. So we are pleading that let this road be done for us. All the reasons for the road to be done have been given. For me, I wanted just to play the politics of it so that we understand what it is. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Now, Lope.
Right Honorable Speaker, the question of roads is one I don't know whether we just don't want to pay attention to it or we don't consider it important. Colleagues are raising a critical element, which is the monetary one. Government decided to build roads in DR Congo. And the reason that was given was because we do heavy trade with Congo. And so the road network was to facilitate that trade. Colleagues are saying businesses in their area are crumbling because the road is pathetic. Why are we interested in building roads elsewhere for economic reasons, but we cannot build a country for economic reasons, for the same reason? It does not make sense at all, Honorable Speaker and colleagues. And you see, it stretches beyond just West Nile. If you gave Speaker a chance to every member in this house to talk about roads in their area, you will be amazed at what you hear. Last week, I went with some colleagues on the shadow cabinet for a tour of the city roads in Kampala. On another day, we'll discuss the issues that happened and we're handling administratively. But the state of the road network, even here in Kampala, which generates 60% of our country's GDP, is in a shambolic state. And that goes for the entire country. Maybe government needs to tell us why roads are not a priority to them. And perhaps we get to know that this is not important and we find other ways of dealing with this situation. Because as far as we are concerned, roads are important. Roads in Uganda, the same way roads in Congo are important.
Yeah, honorable colleagues, for roads of Kampala, I think we've given Kampala 2 very good projects, which I hope if were implemented, and colleagues, I really urge you to do serious oversight. They should change the face of Kampala. Yeah, the issues of delays and all that, this is where we come in. But as parliament, we have really tried and government has tried. So we have to ensure indeed we get value for money on that. If there is any group that I've met that is consolidated, that is determined, that is pushing for one issue, it's a group from the West Nile, the West Nile MPs. I would really feel it would be a high level of betrayal if anyone said these MPs from West Nile have not pushed this issue. Maybe if they want them to address, to do what? But they have pushed. They have really, really pushed. So, Honourable Minister, this issue we need to really take it a notch higher. We need to be specific. And please have a meeting with the leaders of West Nile, the members of parliament from West Nile on this issue, and update us again on Thursday next week on this issue. I'm still, Mr. Chief Whip, you wanted to say something on this? Chief Whip, you want to say something on it?
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank you for the guidance that you have offered to the Ministry of Works to hold a meeting with the members of parliament from West Nile. I am in agreement with you. Right Honorable Speaker, someone perusing through the would find a component of why government of opted to build some roads in Congo unanswered. It would be important to make some clarity. Right Honorable Speaker, Ugandans know that our common enemy at the moment is the allied democratic forces who are currently hiding the jungles of the Democratic Republic of Congo. Arising from that, government of Uganda, under the leadership of His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, entered into an understanding to pursue this common enemy into the territories of Congo. Honorable colleagues, you remember the time there was a blast on Parliamentary Avenue. It sent all of us into a state
The rest of the land from Namagunga to Jinja is planned to be acquired by December 2025. This is fully dependent on budgetary allocations for land acquisition to UNRA. As the Speaker, I would like to assure you and the honorable members here that the government is committed to ensuring that the Kampala-Jinja Express project is implemented to improve the efficiency of Uganda's transport infrastructure. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you for the updated statement. Our biggest concern with this run was the speed. Honorable Minister, not doubting the plan are doing and all that, because I remember it was on March 2021 when you presented the loan request of $29 million from the African Development Bank, passed it, with another loan request of $90 million from European Union, and then there was also another component from the French. This was aimed at ensuring that indeed a project which had been projected at around 1 billion to 1.2 billion US can come down, okay, so that the financial can look $600 million. That was a major aim. Now, we are approving this loan, Honorable Minister. We had interest on disbursed funds. So from 2020, we are paying interest on this money if this loan is still standing. These are some of the terms we approved. Okay. So really, I remember you had, I was told you had reached for farms and you are about to close. Why? Why should procurement take 5 years? And which projections are you going to use? You were here just a short while ago. You told us on Kanungu, Rukunjir Kanungu. You told us when a bag of cement was being sold at around 20,000, now it's at around 30,000. So all this, who will cover them? Okay, well, Jonathan Odur, procedure matter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, I'm a bit at pain to discuss these piecemeal statements by the minister. In one of the sittings of one of the meetings in the second session, this House had directed the Minister of Works and Transport to bring a full and detailed statement on the status of all the roads in this country discussion, detailing when it was last worked on, the ones they are going to work on now, type of work they're going to do on it, the criteria being used after we have severally duped here with names of this is an oil road, this is a tourism road, this is a what kind of road, and to the exclusion of other parts of this country, using those small justifications, this one. Next time we might hear about wetland roads and it is. So, Mr. Speaker, that statement was brought here and it was half-baked, and this House sent it back. And the Minister of Works was asked to come back in 1 month with all the details so that all the members seated here can see themselves as part of the planning in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to beseech you that this minister, who appears to be very serious by writing the notes I'm talking to him, should now be sent back to bring a full comprehensive statement showing even the status of loans, whether it is PPP arrangement, whether it is a negotiation with international financiers, we see ourselves. Because I was in West Nile, there is a road which goes to Goli, the diocesan headquarters, I think to the border of Congo. It is terrible. I was in some part of Mitoma, comes from Buheju, I think, is here. It is terrible. If you go to, countrywide, people are demanding for roads. All we want to see as a parliament is to see ourselves so that you can go and tell your people it is next year, the other year, you will be fitted in. So, Mr. Speaker, I persuade that this minister be sent back and bring this statement And when the statement comes, we can then debate it House and make recommendations so that we are all dealt with at once. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Now, what Honorable Jonathan Odol is requesting, Honorable, is that indeed nearly every day one of you is coming to office, my office, over roads. There are the issues. So, Honorable Minister, you are just required to this statement. If you could, then we can have one Thursday when we are handling members' issues. We say this Thursday item, road is comprehensive. Okay? So, Honorable Minister, from the time you are given how much, you think in 2 weeks is enough? Because you see, I want it to be reflected in the process. We also want to start the budgeting process. Honorable Minister, you are given time. Have you updated the statement? When can you present it?
Right, Honorable Speaker, his statement was specific, so there is now you could combine it with what he's saying. So I request to go and check with my minister within a period of 2 weeks. I can come back and report to the House.
2 weeks, because we are supposed to update. Next item.
Item number 4, on the order paper, motion for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Presidential Affairs on the famine situation in the Karamoja sub-region.
Thank you. Now, Honorable Kazini, before you go. Why are you running away? Eh? So, yes, because I wanted to ask you, I saw you're itching, and you rarely itch.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I wanted to let the minister know that as he prepares to bring a full statement, he should know that there is a road from Kaboya to Changwali, an oil road that connects oil wells up to Congo.
But these are the roads which Honorable Jonathan.
That they compensated the people around 70%. It is now 3 years, nothing on the ground. As he prepared to respond, may he update us on what is going on and what to tell our people. I thank you.
It's as the chair comes, Minister, you have a quick one? Is that lot number 4? Is that put under lot number 4, the oil road? Or they had given us 5 roads?
Right, Honorable Speaker, I happen to be coming from the same region, just 30 kilometers away from my home to that road. We had an issue with the contractor whom they had given us to do the requirement for that road. The quotations the contractor had given us were too high. We had never used them here in the country. We had to go back to advise the president that if we had to go on with this contractor, we shall be selling our country. The president replied to us that we should look for the genuine contractor whom we have got, and we believe within a period of 3 months, we shall be able to sign a new contract with that person, and we have works going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Since it is in your area, you'll have more details. Honorable Chair. Procedure, Honorable Aisha.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Speaker, this financial year, we put money in the budget for a railway to ease traffic. And the minister is proposing a budget again to ease traffic. Can we, in the statement comes present to this House, can he update us whether they have so far now abandoned the other idea, or how far they have actually reached in the idea of coming up with a railway? Because the biggest problem on that road are the heavy trucks that are carrying goods from the eastern side. So wouldn't it be procedure right, sir, that you guide that as he comes to the statement the next time, he briefs us on the grand program of easing traffic on the eastern lane? I thank you.
Thank you. It's for us to proceed that way, because you see, point of procedure should be if there is anything wrong that is not covered under order, okay, to put back the house on track. We cannot have a procedure on how the house will be conducted on the next sitting. That cannot be a point of procedure, but he has not. Okay. Honourable Minister, the colleague's statement is not in vain. Please take note of that. Honourable Chair.
So much, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, for this opportunity to present our report. I request that I go direct to introduction. Following the prolonged drought and poor crop yields in 2021 in Karamoja, food shortage continued to worsen, and by July 2022, the food situation in the sub-region had gradually deteriorated in acute levels, constituting crisis. Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, rising from this, we were directed to do investigation, and our terms of reference are still on page 1. We have 5 terms of reference. Right Honourable Speaker, allow me leave the methodology, how we proceeded to investigate this matter, and proceed to page 3. And our report has been uploaded. Background to famine situation in Karamoja sub-region. Famine is a form of disaster, severe and prolonged hunger affecting a substantial portion of the population and resulting into widespread acute malnutrition and death. The United Nations defines famine as famine using 3 key parameters, where 20% of the households in a given region face extreme food shortages. Over 10% of the population are acutely malnourished, and 2 out of every 1,000 people dying every day as a result of hunger, which reflects a crisis. The Karamoja sub-region experienced sporadic occurrences of shortage in 1979, which graduated into a crisis in 1980 for a year. Since then, so famine have reoccurred with varying frequencies and severity. However, between March and July 2020, the famine situation had reached acute levels, with more than 70% population in the sub-region affected. The worst hit districts, Right Honourable Speaker, and elaborated here in this paragraph. The famine situation in Karamoja is attributed to the persistent level of insecurity, prolonged drought, inadequate water for on-farm production, increasing harsh climatic changes, and weather patterns characterized by predominantly single rain season, resulting into acute food insecurity, with an estimated 518,000 people affected. The effects of famine in the sub-region include widespread disruption of the socioeconomic activity, out-migration, low school enrollment, and learner retention, widespread malnutrition, increased incidences of raids, theft, as well as loss of human lives and livestock, which affected the people in both the sub-region and the entire country. However, as of October to November 2023, the situation had improved due to the little harvest, although this may not last for long because of the increased floods, which are expected to be followed by the dry spell. Therefore, the countries will plan accordingly for this changing trend. The causes for this famine situation, Right Honourable Speaker and colleagues, given the famine Given that farming builds up over a period of time, the committee opted to focus on the past 5 years, from 2017 to 2023, in analyzing the farming situation in the sub-region. These are the specific causes of farming situation in Karamoja, among others. Negative cultural and traditional aspects. The committee established that some aspects of the Karamojong cultural practices impact negatively on the transformation of the sub-region and the neighborhood. For example, the continuous raids for cattle, food, and other items destabilized productive engagements of communities within the sub-region and beyond, and often resulted into farming in the period under review. In the Karamoja sub-region, there is limited emphasis on the promotion of formal education. As a result, majority of the population do not prioritize formal education, hence limiting some of them from exposures and formal education. Although cattle rustling was said to be waning, a big section of the sub-region's population still holds the practice in high regard. This is a generational practice rooted in the cultural system in which the young and the energetic men are inducted to preserve this tradition. It is the committee's considered opinion that the above practices are a hindrance to aversion of farming and holistic transformation of the sub-region and the neighborhood because of their negative effects. Prevalent insecurity. The committee established that prior to 2017, there was a successful disarmament program conducted in 3 phases. This restored peace and security, therefore creating an enabling environment for increased agricultural practices, business, and trade. However, the committee further established that there is improved security in Karamoja compared to the situation in 2022. The committee commends government for the progress so far registered regarding the pacification of the sub-region. Withdrawal of the Uganda People's Defense Forces from the sub-region. The committee established that the withdrawal of most of the UPDF troops from the sub-region in 2017 reduced the number of security personnel in the sub-region, giving way to the disbanded groups of rustlers to remobilize and reorganize themselves to carry out regular raids and attacks. This greatly scaled back the achievements of the disarmament program from 2001 to 2010, therefore exposing the community within and outside the sub-region to a high level of insecurity and famine. Proliferation of illegal firearms. The committee established that the proliferation and subsequent local possession of illegal arms obtained from some illicit suppliers in the neighboring countries of Kenya and South Sudan directly destabilized the sub-region. The committee observes that the continuous acquisition and replacement of rifles and ammunition by the rustlers facilitate them to engage in activities such as raids, theft, among others, which ultimately disrupts socioeconomic activities like farming and other businesses within and outside Karamoja. Cattle rustling. The committee established that cattle rustling is not only a prestigious activity to some people, but also a commercialized venture in the sub-region, and one of the key drivers of insecurity in Karamoja and the immediate neighborhood. The cattle rustlers use mountainous, hilly areas and caves as bases from where they operate to raid communities for animals and other household items and other property. The committee was informed that Kotido is an epicenter of insecurity in the entire sub-region due to cattle raids conducted largely by the GA community. Areas most prone to livestock raids in the sub-region, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, they are highlighted here on page 6. All the above attacks, among others, contribute to destabilization of the socioeconomic activities in the region and exposing the region and the neighborhood to famine. Page 7, cross-border raids and prevalence of illegal arms. The committee established that Karamoja is susceptible to cross-border raids and proliferation of illegal guns. The raids and illegal firearms enter Karamoja sub-region through Toposa in South Sudan, the Turkana and Pokot of Kenya, who have formed alliances with Uganda pastoral communities and are the key trading partners. Accordingly, government of Uganda is implementing a disarmament program and other strategic operations, such as Operation Usalama kwa Wote, to ensure that peace and security return to the sub-region. The committee commends government for this, but is concerned about the poor coordination of this program with the neighboring countries of Kenya and South Sudan. The committee observes that the poor coordination of the disarmament program with the neighboring countries provides an enabling environment for continuous proliferation of firearms for the Karamojong rustlers, leading to persistent insecurity and instability. The porous nature of the borders. The committee established that the porosity of the Uganda-Kenya and Uganda-South Sudan borders poses logistical and human resource constraints to effectively maintain the security and stability of the region. The committee observes that the porosity of the borders makes it difficult for the government to do effective and efficient deployment, hence affecting total control over the borders, which exposes the sub-region to raids contributing to famine. Poor accessibility and connectivity in insecure areas. The committee established that poor accessibility and connectivity of most parts of Karamoja sub-region inhibit movement and easy access to insecure hotspots, such as Kobebe corridor between the Mateniko, Turukana, and the GA, which hinders timely deployment of security personnel to respond to the activities of the rustlers. In an effort to curb the resurgence of the insecurity situation in the sub-region, His Excellency the President directed the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development in May 2022 to avail Uganda ceiling 699.6 billion to Ministry of Works and Transport to finance the opening and rehabilitation of security roads in Karamoja sub-region. Consequently, a joint inspection was conducted by a team comprising of staff from the Ministry of Works and Transport, UPDF, and Uganda Road Fund, in which 4 security roads totaling to 250 kilometers were recommended for prioritization, and they are listed here. Accordingly, government also prioritized 2 roads to be worked on from the neighborhood, that is from the Acholi and Teso sub-region. They also listed here. The committee observes that the poor state of roads is also an impediment to timely responses to insecurity incidences, hence exposing the region to regular attacks, loss of property, and famine. Unpredictable weather patterns. The committee established that Karamoja sub-region is among the regions in the country greatly affected by the unpredictable and erratic weather patterns, largely as a result of climate change due to persistent drought emanating from increased deforestation, among others. Information obtained indicates that for the past 10 years, the sub-region has steadily drifted from the routine planting season to irregular patterns due to the erratic changes in the weather patterns. Utilization of arable land. The information available to the committee by the different district local governments on the land utilization reflects that the land in Karamoja, which is arable, is underutilized, and the details in terms of percentages and the acreages are reflected here on page 9. The committee established that the arable land in the sub-region is underutilized owing to the following factors: poor land use practices, insecurity, high cost of agricultural inputs, inadequate mechanization, inadequate water for on-farm production, high rate of alcohol consumption, and high preference for livestock rearing. A combination of these factors significantly constrains land utilization in
Chair.
Karamoja sub-region.
Chair,
Yes, please.
would you mind focusing on recommendations where Parliament can do something
Okay.
about it? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Right
Then
Honorable
the whole
Speaker.
report will be captured on the handset.
Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, our recommendations beginning from page 32. Under negative cultural and traditional practices, we are recommending the following. The committee recommends that governments will ensure that the negative practices are discouraged through continuous sensitization, diversification of sources of livelihood, and ensure compulsory formal education for all in the sub-region. Restoration of peace and security, we recommend the following: ensure sustainable redeployment and deployment in the sub-region to address the challenges of the withdrawal of some of the UPDF officers and areas which were not previously covered. Broaden the peace-building initiatives to include the youth, the elderly, and the neighboring regions of Karamoja. Expedite the completion and maintenance of the security roads. Intensify use of modern technology for surveillance. Allocate more funds for recruitment, capacity building, and acquisition of appropriate intelligent information collection technology. And ensure effective disarmament to get rid of illegal guns and ammunition in the sub-region. Under food security, governments should enhance mechanization of agriculture in Karamoja sub-region. The local governments and the leadership of Karamoja sub-region should rally the population to embrace optimum utilization of the arable land and the available equipment given to them by government. Emergency food relief distribution. Governments will provide timely and adequate food aid where need arises. Governments will establish fair criteria through a consultative process before distribution of food relief items for the purpose of adequacy and equity. For UNMA, government should enhance budgetary allocation to UNMA so that the entity improves its functionality and coverage. Government should put in place adequate communication infrastructure in Karamoja sub-region to work on the challenges of connectivity. Government should continue sensitizing the community in Karamoja sub-region on the benefits of the utilization of the information given to the region by UNMA. Restoration of the environment. Government should undertake consistent, deliberate efforts geared towards restoration through reforestation and afforestation of the sub-region, among others. The National Environment Management Authority should enforce strict adherence and compliance to the provision of the Act, that is 2019. Access for water. Expedite the completion of the ongoing construction of water reservoirs. Prioritize the maintenance and rehabilitation of the existing water reservoirs. Prioritize the desilting of the existing water reservoirs where need be. Utilization of arable land. Governments should develop strategic interventions to ensure land in Karamoja is maximally utilized through mechanization and other alternatives. The local governments in Karamoja should put in place bylaws and ordinances to cap down the excessive consumption of alcohol. Prevention of crop destruction, wildlife destruction, page 36. Implement the wildlife compensation scheme provided for under the Uganda Wildlife Act 2019. Ensure timely recruitment and deployment of human resource as rangers and so forth. Increase the use of modern technology such as collaring of the wild animals for easy tracking and control in the Karamoja sub-region. Set up more electric fences, continuous sensitization, ensure the availability of adequate water sources for wildlife within the conservation areas in the Karamoja sub-region. In the district land boundary dispute, the Ministry of Lands, Housing and Urban Development should ensure expeditious affirmation of the inter-dispute boundaries in order to resolve the inter-district boundary disputes. Means of livelihood. Government undertakes deliberate efforts to diversify the means of livelihood for the people in Karamoja sub-region. Livestock, diseases, and crops. The Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry, and Fisheries should ensure timely responses to disease outbreaks and provision of quality acaricides and pesticides. Monitoring and evaluation of the performance of development partners and NGOs. Our recommendations on page 38. The Office of the Prime Minister, the Ministry for Karamoja Affairs and Ministry of Internal Affairs and local governments in Karamoja should increase monitoring of the programs implemented by the development partners and NGOs. The Auditor General should carry out a value for money audit to ascertain whether the monies from the development partners and NGOs in Karamoja sub-region are well utilized. Contingency fund, there should be adherence to section 26(1) of the PFMA 2015 Act. Operationalization of the Disaster Preparedness and Management Commission. Government expedites the enactment of the National Disaster Preparedness Act so as to operationalize Article 249 of the Constitution. Intensify the community mobilization. Governments will continue with the sensitization activities which are ongoing. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, I beg to report and allow me lay our report, a copy of our report and minutes, which we use for processing this report. I beg to lay. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Honorable colleagues, Chair has been straight. These are recommendations that are very, very clear. I'll first speak Stella, Adon Okwaringa, Nyashkongoro, that's Acrobat. Yeah. I pick this Karmajong, they are standing, and these ones who are standing. Okay? Let's see. I will not pick a bigger rose. So, Honorable Yes, Stella.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to start by thanking the committee who went to carry an assessment on the situation of Karamoja and came up with the report. I want to agree with them that that is the situation in Karamoja. That is how desperate it is. I want to comment on the issue of farming. It's true that for the last 3 years, there has been a persistent drought and also poor harvest due to drought and erratic rainfall. And as we talk now, there are districts in the region that did not have total harvest last year. For example, Moroto did not have harvest last year, and apparently they are facing famine. The lack of harvest is actually the reason as why many Karamojongs are going to other areas in search of survival. That's why you find street children in Kampala, some of them in Oima, Kitgum, Acholi area, and many of them in Teso. And actually this has brought a lot of disasters because as much as they are looking for source of survival, they are suffering instead. Some of the children that are sent are actually losing touch with their parents, and their parents are not able to find them. This calls for government also, first of all, to take relief food to save these people from acute malnutrition and death due to lack of food. On the need of improvement of harvest, we have always urged for water for production. Water for production, especially irrigation. If government would actually invest money in irrigation schemes for Karamoja to provide Karamojongs with food, I think many of the challenges in Karamoja would be reduced, including the insecurity now, as much as it is said to be economical, but part of it is just because of it's a way of survival. So if food is there, then many things will be sorted. Yes, government has actually planned and actually put sometimes money for water, but that water is more for animal watering, and they have never put efforts in terms of promoting irrigation schemes. And then there is also unstreamlined planning between the ministries in government in relation to planning for Karamoja. I want to put across an example of Maif, Ministry of Agric, and then water. They had actually planned for water for production for Karamoja and actually planned the same site. Now, the Ministry of Agriculture starts to put the dam, the mechanized, the mega dam, and then the Ministry of Water also comes and once claims to be wanting to put money there. So there comes conflict. And at the end of the day, it's left to one ministry, but where the money for the other ministry, for the Ministry of Water went, is what is questioned. We advised them to put another dam somewhere, but they did not do that. And we are still wondering where the money went. On the security issue, I thank the report for what they reported, but what they missed is an issue of encouraging government to engage other countries, because there is illicit entry of guns from countries like Kenya, Sudan, into Uganda. That is the source of the gun. As much as government is trying to disarm, if actually they do not engage with these other countries so that these countries also will disarm their own, then definitely we shall not achieve our aim in terms of disarming the Karamojongs. So I request that governments engages with Kenya, because the Turkana are armed, and They are the source, in fact, they're the ones giving Karamojongs the guns. The Topada, on the other hand, is also another place where the Karamojongs get the guns. And you also know that they also cause destruction to the Karamojongs. Yes, Karamojongs are disarmed, but you're leaving them vulnerable in terms of attacks from the neighboring countries. So
Honorable, hadn't you really concluded? You've gotten enough time. Is there a very critical point you wanted to conclude with?
yes, the other one is just the last one is in this disarmament, government takes forces when actually the situation is bad. And these forces are taken for a short time, and they will be there for 1 month, and in the shortest time, they are withdrawn. So they are brought and then withdrawn. Is the reason as why sometimes this disarmament exercise is not getting done. It's just because of PIP and take away. If actually would take it as a long-term initiative, whereby we put the forces there for a long time to do the exercise, I'm sure we shall achieve something other than just putting them there and taking them away, which makes the community look government as a joking body. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable colleagues, I deliberately gave more than sufficient time to the MP from Karamoja, Moroto, so that we get the real overview in relation to what the committee has done. The rest I will request you, because we have to finish this by 5:30 so that we receive reports from Minister of Internal Affairs. So, Honorable Kwaringa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. First, I would like to thank the Committee on Presidential Affairs for taking interest in trying to study and identify the challenges that Karamoja has been faced with over time. Because we have seen the situation in Karamoja, governments come, they find the problem still in Karamoja. Governments go, still Karamoja remains a problem. And first, on the issue of that I wanted to observe in the committee report, when they talked of, they seem not to have fully concluded on the issue of withdrawal of UPDF troops in Karamoja. Because there was a time when they withdrew, but eventually LODUs were passed and reinforced. So maybe they needed to update that reinforcement, and because the situation has since changed, as I'm talking as a neighbor to Karamoja. But on the issue of hunger and famine in Karamoja, I would like to thank government first for attempts to put in place projects that try to skill the Karamojong, and also the issue of putting in place factories. Recently, we had the president in Karamoja just a few months ago launching a factory. This is a good effort because these are issues that will eventually give an alternative lifestyle to the warriors who have been disturbing the area. And also, there is an issue that government recently gave iron sheets to warriors who had surrendered. But the problem is, this seems to be encouraging because the youth that were not cattle rustlers, who were peaceful in the community, are left without giving an alternative. But you find those who have been warring, who have been rustling, are the ones who are encouraged to give more iron sheets. So won't this be a problem over time that one will think for you to get a Mabati house, I need to first go and be a warrior and rattle cattle before I am rescued. So the issues are, Right Honorable Speaker, maybe government needs to look critically when they are delivering these interventions, because it can lead to a bandwagon effect. People will want to go to the bush.
Thank you. I will request General Mhosi, especially on these security-related issues. there are issues where you can give us snapshots of responses at the end. Okay. Yes. Honorable Nyashkongoro, Honorable Akroba.
Thank you so much, Right
Now,
Honorable
those who have already spoken, please, if you're not allowed you to speak in one way or another today, let me first give a chance to those who haven't had an opportunity today. Yes. Honorable Nyaj.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to thank the chairperson for the report. And I want to sympathize with the people of Karamoja for what they are going through, particularly famine, where we thought the country was really having food security. But, it is a very controversy. Previously, the member of parliament for Chiboga was complaining about a lot of excess for, food crops, but Karamoja is complaining of hunger. And I wanted to find out from the front bench, particularly, I don't see the ministers for Karamoja, whether they took lessons from the first lady when she was the minister for Karamoja. We never used to hear of frequent famine, hunger in that region. And there was a boost in terms of food crop growing, and Karamoja had stabilized in terms of food. I don't know whether they do benchmarking or they do handovers to learn from such. Would wish to know what she has done to turn over that kind of food insecurity in the region, so that we don't see our people, dying of hunger because of food. But also, Right Honorable Speaker, recently I saw the Minister of Agriculture distributing tractors in Karamoja. I don't know how government works, whether they work in silos or not, because how do you distribute tractors without putting into consideration of the climate change issues in Karamoja region? The dealing with the water for production would be a priority, then you distribute tractors, because now tractors are redundant. You have put in a lot of money, you have secured them, but they're just there and people are dying of hunger. So for me, I think government needs to consolidate the funds and prioritize on what comes first and then next, because if you provide water, then people will be willing even to engage in agricultural productivity without even using the tractors. And who are using the tractors? Is it the 1 inches, or it is those Karamojong bourgeoisies that are capable of, tilling a lot of land? So for me, Right Honorable Speaker, I think government needs to prioritize and see where to invest in terms of, getting food for our people. Right Honorable Speaker, the issue of irrigation.
Sorry. Please conclude, Honorable.
I wanted to conclude on irrigation. Israel does not have water, but when you look, they produce food throughout the year. Uganda, we have River Nile, we have water. Why can't we get out of our comfort really and use irrigation? I don't know how we are planning. For me, irrigation is the way to go. Otherwise, we are sitting on a time bomb with this population growth, where we have many children, women are producing, and we are not producing enough food. I don't know where we are going to get food to feed the country. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable colleagues, I was in Karamoja, I was in Kotido. Late last year, I was in Kotido. It's a pity we can create a situation whereby we have a dependence syndrome. People of Karamoja knowing during this period we receive free food, instead of tapping into their potential to even feed the nation. When you look at their soils, which have not been tilled, they are seated on a gold mine in terms of fertile soils. So what Honorable Nyachikongoro is raising, I think we really am interested in seeing the ministry designing a special affirmative action for Karamoja, and we bring it here and we discuss it. And we say, let Karamoja feed the nation. And it has that potential, you know, it has that potential. Otherwise, the day you're really assured that at least during this time, you expect free food. Then it also becomes an issue where the MPs are going to be pushing, or people are dying of hunger, give us food and what. That dependence syndrome has to end. Honorable, before I pick Acrobat, Honorable Albert is here. No, not Albert.
I am Honorable Kwang Phillips.
Sorry, yes.
Thank you,
Sorry, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, for that elaborate identity, because we are together with you. I was there with you. The Karamoja case is a case that needs a commitment. I start with the issue of the iron sheets. The iron sheets was to reduce the roaming mentality of people who don't have where to settle and wait for when it is ready for food, they come there. It was to reduce the roaming and make them settled. And that's why that was put. And then another aspect is Karamoja, yes, is, I can say, a region that can feed Uganda. As a person, I have tried to sample even bananas. I have there, even coffee is there doing well in Karamoja. But the only thing is the commitment of interventions. Government has the right interventions, but many of the things that are put for Karamoja don't practically happen in Karamoja. They remain, I don't know where, on the way or somewhere. That's why when you clearly say that the Karamoja report should come and we discuss exhaustively and make the story rest. Like we are talking about tractors in Karamoja. In my district, I did not see. And yet that is the place which is a basket, a food basket for Karamoja. The tractors remain, I don't know where, they say that you pay certain, I don't know what. And also, Karamoja is an area which is covered by wild animals in most cases. We have been battling, like as I talk, a woman was killed by an elephant. They are struggling over whatever little you are struggling, you attempt to cultivate. So if there is a way, government also comes in to control the movement of these wild animals. Like in Kidepo, where I represent, the animals have lost the pasture. Their pasture areas have been inhabited by another species, which is not palatable for wild animals. So what they have done is to move out, and therefore they find gardens. That is, Karamoja generally has many challenges. We have the drought, yes, we have crops in Karamoja that can take smaller time and grow. We have wild animals. We have, of course, the usual redundant use, but more so, if we put in our Karamoja parliamentary group.
Conclude the Honorable.
In our Karamoja parliamentary group, we said if government can put affirmative action for education to the children of Karamoja for 10 years, that breaks the circle of raiders. Because if you kept them in school, by the time they come up, they will now be productive for the region. Thank you very much.
Now, honorable colleagues, I think we all agree that we cannot have a complete Uganda without Karamoja. This business, there is a saying which used to happen. You could hear, Uganda will not wait for Karamoja to develop. No. That's a very, very wrong mentality, because we cannot develop without Karamoja developing. Otherwise, whatever we will make, we shall be needing hundreds of billions every year to go and buy food for Karamoja, and without even helping man. I think, basing on this report, it will be very imperative for us to ask for a specific affirmative action report for Karamoja to be brought here, and we discuss it. We dissect it from the angle of security, but mainly on the intervention of the sectors of agriculture, where we can say, where is this money, 100 billion for irrigation in Karamoja? Because I don't know whether what Karamoja needs are tractors. Really? I tractors to be fed by what? So, Acrobat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. I want to add my voice onto colleagues' voices in thanking the committee chair and the members of the committee for the elaborate report. Mr. Speaker, we have spoken enough, we have lamented enough about Karamoja. Mr. Speaker, it is high time we spoke the book of Acts. We go the book of Acts than going the book of lamentation about Karamoja. Mr. Speaker, I thank a government for the for the short term. I thank a government for the medium term. But for the Karamoja case, we need long-term solution. I'm happy that Uganda, we are endowed with a lot of resources. We have the water. Colleagues have said it all. You know, repetition is for emphasis. Karamoja needs water for irrigation so that we get rid of the erratic weather patterns. Second issue, Mr. Speaker, is in regard to the presidential directive to the Ministry of Works, because I read the report very well. The president did direct that 699 billion be allocated to rehabilitate roads. I want to seek clarification from the Minister of Works or from the government chief whip whether these roads have been rehabilitated. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
Procedure? The procedure?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I want to proceed under Rule 50 of our rules of procedure, but also under Article 117 of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, Rule 50 says that a minister shall attend the sittings of the House. Article 117 says it is the responsibility of ministers to attend the House and be accountable to the President. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Muhozi. I can see him here. UPDF is celebrating a big day, but he's here in the House to attend to the members' questions. John, I want to thank you. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are discussing a very important matter, and we are even proposing that we should come up with a report, and we discuss the matter of Karamoja conclusively. The government chief whip is not here. I don't know whether he has gone to whip the ministers. There is nobody from Karamoja in the ministry, one who should listen to the members' questions, but also who should go with us as we prepare to look for the solution for the Karamoja. So the procedure issue matter I'm raising, Mr. Speaker, is whether we are proceeding well when we are discussing the Karamoja matters, and there is no minister from the Karamoja docket. But also importantly, this matter has been on the order paper. It's not like it was a matter of national importance. So they knew the matter was coming, and there is nobody who is here. I don't know that it is a day for their court to answer the other questions, but we need your guidance, Mr. Speaker.
Now I think you've given me an assignment of going and checking whether they are in a court. So let's proceed as I cross-check where they are. Okay? but on a very serious note, ministers should be here. We are. Now, my only fear will be that if a minister is not around, we can't conduct business. It can be another way of frustrating us. So let's conduct our business. We have our recommendations, and we shall demand for action taken on those recommendations. Because a minister like the one for foreign affairs called me and told me they had lost someone. Okay, and requested me that my item, I request we do it on Thursday. That's courteous. Okay. So there's no colleagues. We were just debating. We are losing, and I'm stopping this debate at 5:30. Okay. So Dr. Boka, no, don't mind. I'm going to pick you. So wow. No, Dr. Boka, Adrico, Aza, my two beautiful ladies, and then Honorable Kasbat, Honorable Seku, Honorable Taringaya, and Honorable again. Oh, Honorable Naomi had stood up.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Just let's do quickly.
I want to thank the chair of the committee for the report, the findings and the recommendations. My first observation, Right Honorable Speaker, is that Karamoja is not a homogeneous region. It has the dry belt, the semi-arid belt, and the agricultural belt, especially in the eastern part of Karamoja. That has the potential to be a food security and food basket for Karamoja and the Uganda. But also the beauty of it is that Karamoja lends itself to mechanization given water. My first observation is on the question of mindset change. Yesterday I was looking at a post by the Secretary General that was appreciating the role played by Honorable Faith Nakut, who has become a role model in Inapak. As part of the mindset change, we urge the leaders of Karamoja at all levels to be role models so that they learn by doing. Number two is the degradation of Karamoja, which is an environmental disaster for us as a country. I thought from the recommendations, we needed a very, very strong recommendation for greening Karamoja. We need possibly 10 million trees in Karamoja within a certain period T that we should hold the Ministry of Water and Environment and all partners that love Karamoja to advance the Greening Karamoja initiative.
Thank you. Adrico?
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Allow me to congratulate this committee and appreciate them. For the issue of Karamoja, it is true. After Karamoja and the West Nile, these are the poorest area where people are suffering, and government is trying its best level to support. For sure, government has done his part, and what we have seen on the ground is one of a lack of sensitization by the local leaders. Because if you are serious leaders on the ground, like the MPs are doing, to sensitize the community about the danger of these problems, for sure we can defeat the issues which affect the Karamoja and the West Nile. For example, recently I want to thank our government chief whip. So we gave away the tractors. And right now, as we're speaking, our rural district never received the tractor. So people are now on my neck, and yet I got the message from my colleague. Also, Karamoja not received the tractor. And I asked myself, where's the tractor? Because if everything the government gave to the community reached very well, for sure, we can use the things which goes to community. So I want to assure you, it will be good if we can follow these tractors so that we can give the information to the community. Yes, information.
Government chief whip will tell us where the tractor is.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you very much the committee for the report on farming situation in Karamoja sub-region. Mr. Speaker, what is the role of the community development officers the cultural leaders of that place, the religious leaders of that place, the teachers, education officers, senior citizens, opinion leaders, and elders. What role are they playing in that community? As others said before, we need a very serious, again I say serious sensitization, mobilization, education, and rallying of the Karamojongs not to embrace modern ways of development. Mr. Speaker, laziness is very serious in that place. Laziness, yes, we have to say it, laziness. So as I said before, there must be affirmative action in that place. There must be affirmative action, and so that we can avoid this business of the Karamojongs coming to the cities in order to beg in the streets. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Now,
Order.
now I have a problem. Someone had the threats of order and took off. So there's no one on the floor. But what I pick is, let's not judge the people of Karamoja. Let's focus on how we can give them the support they need. Let's give them an opportunity. Let's do affirmative action for the area. Honorable Santa, Honorable Kasoro, I'll come back here. I'm balancing side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me thank the committee for coming with a very elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker, for once, we need affirmative action with seriousness that it deserves and commitment, minus corruption. Mr. Speaker, this parliament or the government has ever addressed the issue of Karamojo, starting from the Valley Dams. But what happened, Mr. Speaker? Look at the iron sheets, Mr. Speaker. What happened, Mr. Speaker? So for me, much as we are asking for affirmative action, we need all the stakeholders, starting from the ministers who sit here. Agriculture, Mr. Speaker. For us to address famine, we need the commitment from the minister or the Ministry of Agriculture. Good enough, we have internal affairs. The minister is here. I want to thank you, sir, for being here to attend to the issue of Karamoja. We need NEMA, environment, because we are talking about water. Having addressed that, Mr. Speaker, I want to turn on the issue. The committee mentioned something about challenges in communication. Again, we need the minister. In this era, we are talking about sensitization, but we have, the committee came up with a report that there's a challenge of network and radio coverage. And this must be addressed because we need to sensitize these people, Mr. Speaker. And how will they get information if we have all these network challenges? Then lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the disarmament we are talking about, but we have porous border. The Minister for Internal Affairs is here. I want to hear from you whether IGAD can address this issue partly so that we know and we see how far we can go and address this problem once and for all. I want to thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Kasoro. Then Honorable Beatrice Howard.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Although you have reduced me from Solo to Kasoro, but it's understandable. Right Honorable Speaker, with the issue of Karamoja, I think I want us to focus more of mindset change and giving them alternatives. Karamoja is one of the richest regions in Uganda. And at times I think it might be kept vulnerable because thieves want to steal their resources. So that they keep them in that way, so that their resources can be taken away. They need to get alternatives that apart from rearing cattle, what else? Agriculture is the best option. So what we need is to see that we speak to them. They are very well sensitized. They are a group of people that can feed not only Uganda as an economy, but East Africa. So Right Honorable Speaker, my main focus here is that we should focus more of mindset change and giving them an alternative apart from cattle. Sorry.
Thank you, Honorable Soro Kayemba. For the record, not Kasoro, but Soro Kayemba. Thank you.
Yeah.
Honorable Soro raises a fundamental issue. There are two projects, I think, of which we need an update at the House. Number one, the loan that had a grant element from the Italian government to revamp health facilities in Karamoja. Okay? So that one, we need an update on how far. Number two, we passed another loan here, which was for mapping and surveying the minerals in Karamoja. The period already ended. Can we have a report on what they found in Karamoja? And then we see how best this can be used to develop not only the county, but also Karamoja, with special attention to Karamoja. Because I know, like the minerals coming out of Karamoja, I don't know what they are getting. The marble that is coming out of Karamoja. The cement factories that are being fed by Karamoja. Okay? There are things we have to look at, because you don't want people to see you coming as if you're picking, but bringing back race. And you might find we are bringing much more to Karamoja, but not in a way that people would feel. Okay? So I think it's very, very important. But Honorable Chief Whip, really, we shall need an action plan for the development of Karamoja, starting this financial, looking at clear affirmative action. What is, not just saying agriculture, this, no, what is in for Karamoja? So that we stop this business of Karamoja being dependent. You know, we have to look at them. So yeah, I had allowed Honorable
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. And I would like to thank also the committee for work well done. Actually, the committee even talk about famine. And even if Karamoja has very many programs, still famine can be a special case. And that is why we have our disaster minister, and Karamoja, also being a special region, has 2 ministers. So we cannot run away from feeding our people when they are dying of hunger. And I want to also say that a country which allows its people to die of hunger is almost a failed country. So we cannot allow our people to die of hunger. It is categorically put very clearly that it is famine. We have not developed our disaster preparedness. The disaster preparedness is almost not there. We need to strengthen that institution. Sometimes we have even bumper harvests. Like, for example, right now, there are some places with maize. We have good harvest of maize. It is up to the government to make sure that, to help also the farmers to buy this excess harvest and put in silos. In case of no famine, then we put back on the market to stabilize the prices so that our people do not suffer very much. Otherwise, sometimes we have a lot of scarcity. During scarcity, then we can put back what has been in the silos on the market. And we need to also buy. Why do we have disaster minister? Why do we have ministers for Karamoja and we allow the Karamojongs to die of hunger? Sometimes we also need to look also beyond the box, beyond Karamoja. For disaster and for famine, a lot of our people are dying because of little food, especially those who are on ARV. Those who are on ARV do not do a lot of work. We need to support them, but we can only support them if we develop our disaster what? Institutions. We just leave it here at national level, and we have not taken this down there, and yet we are in a decentralized system.
Thank you. Honorable Procedure, Honorable Mshemeza.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you earlier ruled that you intend to close this debate at 5:30 so that we can go to the next item. Are we proceeding very well to go beyond 5:30? And yes.
Thank you. And I will put the question that the report of the Committee on Presidential Affairs on the famine situation in the Karamoja sub-region be adopted. Those in favor say aye to the content. The ayes have it. Thank you. Now, honorable colleagues, I have, just wait. I have an issue. Usually I give Rope a chance, but it's usually on statements from government, because on reports of committees, I tend to take it that the opposition has contributed, since members of the opposition are members of the committee. It's for all of us. It's a report, unless we have a minority. But Professor Mshemeza has sent me a reminder. I'm sorry on this. So I made a commitment, and I had to ensure that I keep it. Next item.
Item number 6 on the order paper, presentation of action taken reports pursuant to Rule 220 of the Rules of Procedure of Parliament by the Minister of Internal Affairs on field visits to government prisons and prison farms.
Thank you, Honourable Minister for Internal Affairs.
Honorable Speaker and honorable members, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, this is a responses on action taken reports from the ministry. I want to apologize that it's long overdue, but never late, nevertheless. I'll start with, Right Honorable Speaker, with your permission, responses to the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on field visits to government prisons and prison farms. The issues raised by the committee were congestion and overcrowding in prisons, and they recommended that the Uganda Prison Service development budget should be increased to enable rehabilitation, expansion, and construction of more prisons to accommodate the increasing number of prisoners and reduce on congestion in the existing facilities. Our response is as follows, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. One, that we had inadequate funds allocated for the expansion of prisoners' sleeping accommodation. The development budget is inadequate and was cut from shillings 37.227 billion in financial year 2020-2021 to shillings 27.388 billion in financial year 2023-2024. The average prisoners population of 75,707 prisoners as of 1st August 2023 exceeds the prison's carrying capacity, which is 20,321. And this is exceeded by 55,386 prisoners. At a projected daily average of 80,640 inmates and a projected increase in holding capacity, congestion is projected at 396.8%. This is phenomenal and it needs to be addressed. Right Honorable Speaker, in financial year 2020-2023, the service expanded prison accommodation through a construction of a new prison at Intungamo, expansion of prisoners accommodation at Rukunjiri, Lira, Mtufu, Kamuli, Chiruhura prisons, completion of prisoners accommodation in Chisoro, Mtwetwe, Isinjiro, Maiha, Lukaya, Loro, Yumbe, Ruarenge in Kalungu, Koboko, Bamnanika, and Kigandaro, which has been planned in 2023/2024. The strategy, Right Honorable Speaker, is to construct 5 low-cost security prisons at shilling 3.8 billion each, which is required per year, will be 0.19 billion for this to be realized. B, we need to construct 1 regional mini-max prison at Chitalia model with a capacity of 2,000 prisoners at shilling 33.3 billion per year. The total annual requirement for prisoners accommodation is therefore shillings 552.3 billion. Issue number 2, recommendation number 2 by the committee was that government should develop the national corrections policy to guide transformation from penal to productive correction. The response is as follows. The development of national correction policy is ongoing. Once complete, this policy will provide a framework for community participation as well as private sector and non-state actors' involvement in offender rehabilitation and reintegration process. The regulatory impact assessment has been completed and the draft policy is being developed. The other issue raised was inadequate staff housing and accommodation. And the committee recommended as follows, that the prisons management should prioritize construction of low-cost housing and should phase this using the incremental approach as a multi-year project for decent accommodation. Responses are as follows. The rate of growth of staff population is not matched with the rate of expansion of staff accommodation. Currently, 7,936 staff, which is 55.9% are not properly accommodated. In the year 2022-2023, the service completed 320 staff houses, increasing the proportion of staff properly housed from 42.6 to 44.1. Shillings 1.4 billion has been allocated towards construction of staff houses the financial year 2023-2024. The strategy, Right Honorable Speaker and members, is to cut down construction costs by adopting different designs, using low-cost solutions, and force on account and phasing construction using the incremental approach of 500 staff housing units, starting with 900 housing units. Shillings 46.5 billion is required to construct the 900 housing units in different designs and sizes using force on account as shown in the table below, which I think the honorable members have. The design one is to have a block of 2 houses, 2 bedrooms and self-contained, and 150 blocks of 300 houses are planned at a unit cost of 0.140 million. The quantity required is 150, amount needed is 21 billion. 2, a block of 4 houses, 2-roomed houses with external sanitation facilities, 150 blocks of 600 houses, unit cost at 0.170 million, quantity 150, total amount needed 25.5 billion. The total for the 900 housing units is 46.5 billion. Provided in the budget is 1.4 billion, shortfall is 45.1 billion. Another issue raised, Honorable Speaker and honorable members, is mistreatment of prisoners. And they recommended that we strengthen the monitoring department to periodically interface with the inmates to identify issues that affect them. Response, monitoring and observation of human rights for both staff and prisoners is conducted through regular supervision of all human rights activities, supporting and monitoring the activities of staff and prisoners' human rights committees in 266 prisons. The service has a Department of Inspectorate and Quality Assurance headed by a Commissioner of Prisons and charged with the responsibility of monitoring human rights observance. However, this needs to be strengthened in terms of both human resource and financial support and facilitation. In addition, in order to strengthen human rights monitoring observance, we undertake to appoint and induct visiting justices in accordance with Section 109, 1 and 2 of the Prisons Act. In the financial year 2022-2023, the service appointed and inducted 33 visiting justices to undertake supervision of prisons in the Eastern region in respect of human rights observance and compliance to custodial standards. In 2023-2024 financial year, the plan is to induct visiting justices to monitor human rights practices and observances in Northern, Southern, Kochi, Mid-Central, North Central, and Midwestern regions. Shillings 2 billion is required to appoint, induct, and facilitate the visiting justices to monitor human rights observance and practice in all prisons countrywide. Another issue, distance between prisons and courts of law. Location of adjudicating courts of law should be well planned to be in proximity with prison facilities to reduce distances the inmates have to travel. That was the recommendation of the committee, and we respond as follows. That there is misalignment of prisons' locations to courts of judicature, which overstretches prisons' operations in delivery of prisoners to court in terms of long distances between courts and prisons. The service has been in constant engagement with other criminal justice agencies, as well as Ministry of Finance, to have the misalignment of the criminal justice agencies addressed, especially prisons and courts. As a result, the service established new prisons as Paida, Nebi, Amuru, Oyam, Lugore, Koboko, Kapchorwa, Shema, Chenjojo, Nwoya, Mtufu, Kotido, Nyarushanje, Mitiana, West, Patongo, West, Sanga, Nakapiriprit, and Amudat. The challenge of misalignment still exists as reflected in the table that follows. And the table includes Rubirizi, Bushenyi. The distance in between is 45 kilometers. Rubindi, Mbarara, 43. Zeu, Paida, 45. War, Paida, 35. Kakata, Buunga, 35. Pakwach, Ragem, 35. Butolo, Nsanji, 33. Wizwera, Mbarara, 28. Chiganda, Mianzi, 22. Ndeja, Mbarara, 20. In partnership with the Administration of Justice Program, the service has established online courts, that is stroke virtual conferencing facilities in 19 prisons to enhance and mitigate the misalignment challenge. The other recommendation in this respect is that more vehicles should be purchased and provided with sufficient fuel to ensure timely delivery of inmates to courts. The status of vehicles for delivery of prisoners to courts is also elaborated in the table that follows. Buses, which are below 1 year, 0. Those between 1 year and 3 years in terms of age are 6. Those between 3 and 5 years of age are 6. Those above 7 years, above 5 years are 7. And we have a total of only 19 buses in all categories. Mini, we have 0 below 1 year. We have 10 between 1 and 3 years. We have 5 between 3 and 5. 1 above 5 years. Total 16. Buses, rather lorries, we have 6 below 1 year. We have 27 between 1 and 3 years. We have 14 between 3 and 5 years, and we have 38 above 5 years, total 85. Tricycles, we have 2 in the first category, none in the second, 2 in the third, none in the fourth, and total 4. The totals of these vehicles are the heavy ones, 8 in the first category, 43 in the second, 27 in the third, 46 in the fourth, and grand total is 124. Only 107 of the 266 prisons have vehicles. Out of the 124 vehicles listed above, 46 are old, and this of course translates into maintenance costs. In the financial year 2023-24, the service requires 21.434 billion for timely delivery of prisoners to courts, as reflected below. Fuel for delivery of prisoners to court, amount required in billions is 4.895. Amount provided is 2.706 billion. Shortfall is 2.189 billion. Vehicle maintenance required is 5.064 billion. Provided is 3.600 billion, and shortfall is 1.464 billion. Escort duties required is 7.550 billion, provided is 0.416, and then shortfall is 7.134 billion. Subtotal required 17.509 billion, provided 6.722 billion, shortfall is 10.787 billion. Transport equipment required 3,925, provided is a mere 1.451, and shortfall is 2.474 billion. The total requirement in all the categories required is 21.434 billion, provided is 8.173 billion, and the shortfall is 13.261 billion. Raised was land grabbing. Uganda Prison Service Management should expedite land survey and title acquisition to avoid future encroachment on prisons' land. Response: UPS operates 266 prisons. 79 of these are located in the Kingdom land, Kingdom of Uganda, 40 on district land, and 146 on central government land. UPS cannot survey and title Kingdom land or district land. 62 out of 147 central prisons land is not surveyed. In the financial 2022-2023, the service surveyed and titled 5 prisons land at Alocha, Kanungu, Ndorwa, Chibuku, and Peche, and procured land survey equipment aimed at fast-tracking the land surveying process. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, shillings 1.84 billion is required to survey and title all the unsurveyed land. In financial year 2023-2024, UPS plans to survey and title 24 prisons. Required is shillings 0.750 billion, provided is shillings 0.25 billion, with a shortfall of shillings 0.5 of a billion. Issue gender and equity mainstreaming. Recommendation: gender should be mainstreamed in all prison activities to increase gender sensitization of all the inmates, and gender monitoring office should be strengthened to monitor integration of gender in prison life and activities. Response: all UPS programs and activities are gender and equity compliant. In 2023-2024, MPS was assessed as being compliant and awarded 70%. For example, the UPS staff establishment is composed of 30% females. The strategy is to be above 30% female staff in the medium term. The service, Right Honorable Speaker and members, established a fully fledged gender office at prison headquarters, headed by a commissioner of prisons, Rehabilitation and Reintegration, who is charged with the responsibility of ensuring gender mainstreaming in all prisons activities and operations, as well as handling all the gender-related matters. Right Honorable Speaker, the other issue raised is the night soil bucket system. And the recommendation of the committee was that prison service should provide adequate sanitary facilities and totally eliminate the night soil system in all prisons in Uganda. We respond as follows. The remaining prisons with no water closets are those with unipots and those in small single dilapidated roomed houses at sub-counties, former LAP, which cannot accommodate waterborne facilities. These are temporary holding facilities, and the plan is to have permanent structures that have waterborne facilities which will fully address the issue. The service plans to install water closets in the remaining 27 prisons in a phased manner through construction of new prisoners' wards fitted with water closets in the respective prisons. In financial year 2022-2023, the service constructed prisoners' wards with water closets in Chiruhura and Kamuli prisons. Shillings 10.8 billion is required to construct prisoners' wards fitted with water closets in the remaining prisons. The committee also recommends that prison service should consider using biodigesters and also construct permanent latrines. The service will study the feasibility of the construction of biodigesters in prisons. Other issue raised by the committee was rehabilitation programs in prison service, and it recommended that that the government should enhance budgetary allocations for prisons to boost implementation of the presidential directive, as well as funding for rehabilitation programs to improve the lives of inmates while in custody and thereafter. We want to respond as follows. The UPS is currently undertaking a number of presidential directives, and these include seed production, cotton production, food and animal feed security intervention, prisons, industries, and staff welfare programs, including staff accommodation. Shillings 711.144 billion is required to establish production systems and undertake presidential directives as shown in the table in the presentation as follows. Intervention, grain production, required is 76.140 billion, provided is 11.279 billion, shortfall is 64.861 billion. Seed production required is 86.990 billion, provided is 1.33 billion, shortfall is 85.654 billion. Cotton production 80.550 billion, provided is 2.329 billion, shortfall is 78.221 billion. Food and animal feed security 152.434 billion is needed, nothing provided, and the same is outstanding in its entirety. Prisons industries 268.530 billion needed, only 2.266 billion provided. Shortfall is 2.66
Procedure?
0.264 billion.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I've been hesitant to raise procedure on General Muhozi because of my relationship with him. But I'm having very difficult continue to sit and to listen based on the recommendation and the decision of Parliament. Because the recommendation of Parliament, the report is supposed to be action taken. Like the Treasury Memorandum we received from Auditor General, and that is our rules of procedure. But the technical people in the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I think they did not read the rules and the position of Parliament, and have decided to prepare a report for the Minister on policy position for the future. Is the Minister proceeding
according to the guidance, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. You have provoked me into something which I wanted, but I was trying to be lenient because the minister is complying with the directives we have given him. But number one, when you're submitting here, never fear anyone because you swear that without fear or favor. So these things of a relationship, don't betray. Don't betray what you took as an oath. But Rule 220, my guidance for now, as presiding father, is the minister submits. He should in fact be laying. He shouldn't be presenting. He should be laying, then we refer it to the sectoral committee. It's the sectoral committee will now dissect all these reports because they're referring to many reports, to many issues, and moreover, like now when we are going into the budgeting process, whereby they will be able to compare and see if there are gaps. There are gaps, they will call him. Yeah? And you've put it very well. This is like a treasury memorandum. Okay? So because of that, I really want to, I had just wanted to wait for him. He finished this component. Let me just change it and I guide properly. That Honorable Minister, you lay the 3 reports, just laying, and I refer them to the relevant committee. And all reports, action taken reports should be laid like how it is for the Treasury Memorandum.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and my friend Honorable Ekanya for making my work easy. So on that note, I beg to lay the paper, Right Honorable Speaker.
It's not a paper, it's a report.
I want
just
to
read, you will read each one separately. They'll be calling you each, so start with one.
I will start with responses to the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on field visits to government prisons and prison farms. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
Item 6.2, laying of the action taken report on disparities in district quotas for shortlisted applicants for the post of probationer, police constable, PPC, and drivers in the recruitment exercise by the Uganda Police Force.
Right Honorable Speaker, honorable members, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on disparities in district quotas for shortlisted applicants for the post of probationer, police
No,
constables.
Honorable Minister, you're laying the action taken report, not a report.
I beg to lay the action taken report, Right Honorable Speaker.
If I just, people of the Hansard usually call me at midnight when they are struggling with what we've said here. And so just for clarity, Honorable Minister, if you can repeat it, so that the Hansard team can capture it well.
Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the action taken report on and recommendations on the recommendations of the Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs regarding disparities in district quotas for shortlisted applicants and the post of probationer, police constables, and drivers in the recruitment exercise by the Uganda Police Force. I beg to lay.
Hansard, you will clean it up because this it's on the report. Recommendation is on the report. Because the House adopted, it's no longer now the committee report alone. It was adopted by the House.
Item 6.3, laying of the action taken report on the recommendations on the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for the financial year 2023-24 for the Ministry of Internal Affairs.
Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members, beg to lay the action taken report and recommendations of the Committee on Defense and Internal Affairs on the ministerial policy statement and budget estimates for financial 2023-2024. I beg to lay.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Honorable colleagues, tomorrow we shall handle the sugar amendment bill. So I promised that I would give you notes about it. So let's be here in big numbers. We sort out this bill. Yes, procedure, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you had also promised the minister responsible for animal farming and veterinary services concerning the quarantine. We were happy when the ban was lifted, but when I looked at the content of the letter that led to the opening up of the farms and animal products, it is still wanting. And also when you look at the cabinet resolution, Right Honorable Speaker, you had promised that the minister would come today and we harmonize.
No, the minister requested for Thursday. So it's coming on Thursday.
Okay, thank you.
That same day I said, minister, come on Tuesday. He requested, he said, I request I come on Thursday, and I granted it. House adjourned to tomorrow at 2 p.m.